All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Bearded Gear podcast. This is an exciting one. We're at number 30, episode 30 already. And I've been pretty pumped for this episode for mostly because of who the guest is. Knife Nerdery is joining me today. Is it okay if I use your first name?
Yeah, I'm Kevin. I say Kevin at the start of every one of my videos. I made a point of trying to get that out there at the beginning, so that's not like a
perfect. So I'm joined today by Kevin of Knife Nerdery, and Kevin and I just started talking really not that long ago. Your channel is newer than mine is, although you've been putting out a number of really good videos, so it's not like you're brand new. But Kevin has a way about his YouTube channel and the way he approaches subjects and his analytical brain that I just really genuinely appreciate because it feels different to me. And I like the amount of thought that he puts into the things that he says oftentimes, or at least from what I can perceive. So I'm excited for this episode because I think we're going to get nerdy, the two of us, about a number of things. And that's a lot of fun for me. So Kevin, how are you tonight, man?
I am really, really good because I just did 2 unboxings and one of them was from you, which I super appreciate. And
I'm stoked that made it in time for this.
That's cool. Know. I gotta say, I hate that flipper tab as much as I thought I would. And the action on that flip, I hate as much as I thought I would. But I'm really excited to check that out. The other knife that I just got is like worlds apart in terms of the action. Oh my god, I'm really excited to show it to you because it's insane.
Well, you can hold it up now if you want to. You don't have to keep me in suspense here.
I gotta say, this thing is so fucking cool. Okay, so this is a Herman Knives Vespertilio, and it has this really beautiful milling pattern on it.
It's kind of like a starburst pattern. Is that?
Yeah, I think he calls it. It's similar to the name on your haptic. It's something like a bent starburst or bent radial or something like that. And then it's got marble fat carbon here in red. And the real reason why I love this right now is just...
Oof. That blade shape is rad too.
Is that noise coming through?
Oh yeah. It sounds a lot like my haptic actually.
Doesn't it? What?
It's a really similar sound.
Yeah. So I've been playing with this. I just took this apart, and that noise is coming in part because of this lock bar right here. Is when you took this apart, it's like kind of like a jaw harp, if you know what I'm talking about. Like that little. There's like a musical instrument that's basically a piece of metal with a metal tang in the middle, and you pull on the tang and it makes like a clangy doing 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 noise. Okay. And so this piece of metal here is thin and springs in a way that just makes this resonance in it. And so a lot of that noise is coming from that. And that's the same thing that's going on over here, because the way that this is really thin, that makes that kind of musical tone. And then this blade is so incredibly thinned out and flat that blade is ringing as well. And then it has this really, really crisp break on the detent, where like the actual detent break makes this noise.
Oh yeah.
I can't get over that. And you combine those things together and it's just
very cool. So you said you unboxed that tonight and you already took it apart. So that makes me curious already. Are you the kind of knife guy who immediately has to take things apart and see the internals and how it works, or?
I immediately want to. That doesn't mean that I do it. And so I'll give you an example here. This is my waypoint. And I have never taken this apart. And the reason is because it is exactly how I want it to be right now. And so if a knife is exactly how I want in terms of the way, the smoothness, the tightness, the tuning, I'm not going to mess with it because I can see enough of what I want to see just by looking at it. I will take this apart because I'm going to do a video comparing a couple of different quiet carry things, and I will take it apart, but like I was just going to delay that because I'll let it live in its kind of factory perfection as much as I can. This came to me very dry, and I could tell immediately that this was rubbing in a way that needed some oil lube. And I also, so like I was going to take this apart anyway for a video, because the way he does stuff inside this is really freaking cool. Like he makes his own bearings out of carbon fiber. I've never seen anyone do carbon fiber
Like for the cages?
Yeah, for the cage. And
Wild.
like Shiro's, they're free floating bearing balls. And so like, and dual row and everything like that. So I knew I was going to take this apart because I wanted to see what's going on inside. But then the moment I got it, I was like, I want to enjoy this immediately. And I knew I wasn't going to enjoy it with it being as dry as it was. It needed some lube. So that was one of those almost. I can tell you right away, I want to take every knife apart immediately. That's like, I want to see what's going on inside.
Yeah, no, I respect that answer. I feel like I used to take apart way more knives than I do at this point. And part of that may just be time and how many knives I'm constantly going through. But what I've never understood is the people who, as part of their like getting to know a knife, they feel like they have to take it apart. Because I don't know, I've had too many circumstances where a knife was perfectly centered and was like doing great. And then I took it apart for whatever reason, and getting it back to that level of perfection is achievable, but it takes more work than I want to deal with. And so it's like, it seems like a risk to me. So usually at this point, I prefer to have a reason where it's like you, if it could be improved in some way by me taking it apart, cleaning it, maintaining it. Sure. My Waypoint is a good example where, because I had gotten it purposely wet so many times in such a variety of liquid and it had gotten like sand in it and stuff, it was like, okay, I'll take it apart because now it needs a proper cleaning. But before that, it's like, I
should probably say though, I don't want to take apart every knife because a lot of knives aren't doing anything that's interesting inside. Like a fair number of the knives that I see, I mean, almost all the knives I see, but a fair number of the knives, even the ones I buy, are just good practical knives that are going to be useful for me, but they're not doing anything novel and interesting. And those ones I don't care about seeing inside. Like I've seen inside enough knives to know exactly what it's going to look like.
If you've taken apart two Civivis, you've taken apart them all. They're all liner locks that are built the same way. And
they've made the exact same steels with the same triangle cutouts inside and everything like that. But I will say also though that like I mostly shop for knives that are doing something interesting to me. And so there's a higher percentage of the knives that I get are things that I want to see inside. Just because I have enough practical, useful knives that if it's not doing something particularly interesting, why am I going to invest my time in it and let alone my money in it, you know?
Sure.
So I'd say it's more common for me and then maybe some people that I want to know what's going on in there. But like, I also know exactly what's going on in here. So I don't really need to mess up this action just to get it.
Yeah. And the novel thing about a Waypoint is, I would argue, not actually its like physical construction, it's its material construction. That's what makes it unique and stand out. But there's a lot of liner locks out there that are functionally basically the same.
Yeah. We've got an internal stop pin. Okay. I can see that a lot of different places. And we've got the circular hole pattern milling. So aside from that, do you have ones with the circles, or do you have ones with the full cutout?
That's what I was about to ask. I was like, does yours actually have circles in it? Because mine is one big window.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a later generation than you. The original ones came like that. And I'm not 100% sure why he switched, but the only thing I can imagine is that he was getting feedback that it wasn't structurally sound enough. And I've never heard anyone say that. But that's the only reason why I can imagine switching over like this, because having the holes means that you have an internal lattice structure that's still full thickness, providing stability. And unless people were telling you that your knife is unstable, I don't know why you'd go out of your way to make that change.
Yeah, I don't know. But my Drift actually has the holes and not a window. My Drift is a later model, so that makes sense. I wonder if the earlier Drifts, like the one with the hole cut out instead of the studs, was a window like the Waypoint is that I have. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm learning something new tonight. I'm sure that'll be the first of many things. So I want to talk about a lot of things. I want to talk about buying habits, the knives you're interested in, a whole bunch of stuff. But I think for the sake of people listening, we should probably start by giving a little bit of a kind of history on you, how your channel started, how the hobby started.
Yeah.
So I would
Accidentally jumped
assume
into like deep talking about a knife before we even said
no, no, no.
hi. Hi,
That's
I'm Kevin.
that's going to happen a lot, and we can get into the weeds. Um, let's start kind of at the beginning for you, like with the hobby. Where did the hobby begin? Because I assume that came before having a knife channel. How did knife collecting begin for you, if you consider yourself a collector or an enthusiast, or like when did that all begin?
I never intended to have a knife collection. I acknowledge that I have a knife collection. I obviously have a knife collection because I have something to store it in.
Yep.
I'm a huge nerd, and I have always been a huge nerd. And the kind of nerd that I am, I mean, I'm also like a comic book nerd. Well, I was more growing up. I don't care as much now, but I went to like comic book conventions as a child, and like um, video games and sci-fi and all that kind of nerdery. But I've always been the kind of nerd that loved mechanical objects. I've always loved fidgety, gadgety, mechanical things that click and slide into place. That has always been super appealing to me. I also like adore 80s campy action movies, and so all of the Rambo-esque stuff was super appealing to like 7-year-old brain. It's still appealing to me. I watch B movies on the regular. But so I loved gear of various kinds, and I've always loved having the right tool for a job available. I've got a ton of crap in my garage because having something well made that does a job well, and especially if it's designed to do a specific job really, really well, I've always loved that. So I've got a bunch of kind of unitaskers. Elton Brown would hate me, but like I've got a bunch of things that are tuned and designed to do specific items. And so as a result, like that's always been part of my brain. And I had oh wait, I might actually have it right here. Just give me a second. I dug out some past. Yeah, I do. Okay. So when I was in I don't know, like 2nd grade, I had these folding scissors in my pocket every single day. This exact pair of folding scissors. Yes. And I had the other kind too, but this kind that slides in like this.
I had a pair just like that. Yeah.
The coolest freaking thing in the world. The fact that it slides, the fact that it moves, and then the fact that it is a useful tool. Like I just loved that. So I was EDCing stuff as like a very, very small child, long before I would have ever thought that there was a community, long before there, I mean, really, there was an established community. Everyone's been doing this for a really long time when they're this type of nerd. But yeah, I always had this. I had one of those little like Leatherman. I don't know what they had back then. I don't know if it was a Squirt, if that came later, but I had a very small Leatherman. Sure. And I had a zebra ball pen. I forget which one. The metal body kind.
Yeah, with the black grip on it, probably. I had those. Yeah.
And so I always had that kind of stuff. And it meant that I also had knives. And I dug out, I still have this. This is the very first knife I ever bought with my own money. And it's this really crappy, bought it, I think, at Walmart.
Kind of a Buck 110-esque looking.
It's Sharp TM, like Sharp trademark.
That's a great name for a knife brand.
Yeah, and it's made out of stainless.
Great.
Nice.
Cool.
And it's a lockback, and it has this really dumb little blade. But because it had a dumb little blade, my parents were fine with me having it. I also used to say I've got kind of odd parents. They're very fun. They're very big characters, but they also are the type of parents who, like, my mom thinks lighters and stuff are cool. And so we would go to flea markets together as a family, and she would buy me a little butane torch when I was, 9 years old, kind of thing. Yeah. So I grew up in this space. And I kind of like, I ended up getting this. Now this is I don't know what model of Victorinox this is, but I got this from my dad. It has a little hole right here because, I'm getting used to that. It has this little hole right here because it used to have a little emblem of my dad's company's logo, because this was like a 10-year, 15-year, 20-year anniversary of tenureship thing.
Sure, a freebie.
And what made this knife become mine instead of my dad's is because it cut me. And that the
Mm.
whole like it's not yours until it bites you thing, that's very true of this knife. I was a dumb kid in 4th grade in the back seat of a car, and I just got like a toy Nerf gun or something like that at the mall. And we were at a mall that was far away from our home. We were driving back, and I wanted to take that toy out more than anything.
Yeah.
And I was like, does anyone have a knife? And my dad's like, actually, I do. And he pulled this out of the glove box and he handed me. I'm in the back seat. And, you know, you're not supposed to pop zip ties with something like this,
Right.
especially if you don't know what you're doing because you're a dumb kid. And so
Sure.
I stuck this under the zip tie and I was pulling up with my arm. And so when it finally snapped, this went flying right at my face and
Oh
hit me
no.
right in the eyebrow and just sunk right in. And I thought, oh, I didn't do anything because it didn't start bleeding quite at first and just stung. I was like, oh, weird. And then blood just starts pouring down my face. And I'm in the backseat of the car and I make a noise. My mom turns around and my mom's like, oh my God. My dad is driving. He looks in the rearview mirror and he like makes a scream. And we pull over at a random gas station because we have no idea where the nearest hospital is because we're at a mall that's like 40 miles away from where I grew up. By the way, I grew up in Pittsburgh and I grew up that mall we went to is the mall where Dawn of the Dead was filmed, if you're a zombie movie fan at all.
I've seen it, but I don't recall many details about the mall itself. But that's a cool
the one
tidbit.
that takes place in a mall.
Okay.
Yeah, all of those movies are filmed. Actually, like where my parents live is right near where the original black and white Night of the Living Dead was filmed. And the
Crazy.
local teens call that like trench area in the farmland. They call it hell. It's like a go place to smoke pot and whatever. Anyway, yeah, like that knife gave me a scar that luckily my eyebrows cover up, but it gave me 7 stitches. And as a result, my dad was like, I think as long as you can promise me to never do that again, I think you've earned this. Like it bonded with you. It's your knife.
That's fair. I think if they're pretty much any knife in my collection, if somebody cut their eyebrow in half with it, I'd kind of feel like it was theirs then.
You know what? I'm still kind of bitter about this, not like on a day-to-day basis, but like if I ever think about it, because I was sitting there on that little like hospital bed and they gave me a towel and it was bleeding so much that it was just soaked through the towel and the blood was just like running everywhere. And they let me sit there for like 4 hours because this old man that is not allergic to bees and explicitly said he's not allergic to bees got stung by a bee and they just didn't want to take any chances. So they like attended to him for hours. I'm sitting there as a small child just bleeding out.
Who goes to the hospital for getting stung by a bee if you're not allergic to bees?
I think if you have like a really overprotective partner and they go, you're 80 and you just got stung by a bee.
I guess. I mean,
no, yeah. I mean, even as a child, I was like, what are you doing here?
Yeah. Well, you turned out all right. So maybe a little blood loss built some character.
But this knife I've had for forever. And this knife was my like daily use knife. It's not something I carried, and I just didn't carry a knife for a really, really long time. But I basically used this as my go-to knife for opening packages, for just having a knife for like 20 years.
Killer. Okay. So you've bonded with that knife.
Yeah. And I'm kind of blown away that I haven't had to sharpen it all that many times because the steel is not very good. But yeah, I kind of just avoided the knife community for a really, really long time. And a lot of that had to do with that tactical thing that was going on.
Sure.
And I get the appeal. Like I said, I love 80s action movies. I personally, that is not like my lifestyle whatsoever. That is not like something that I associate with at all. And it kind of just drove me away. Like I didn't want to be into it for tactical things. And I'm definitely not like I love outdoors. I love nature. I love camping and stuff, but I'm not like a bushcrafting type camper person. Mm-hmm. So for a really long time, I just kind of assumed that this community wasn't a place that I would actually feel comfortable in. And so I didn't bother like really engaging with it. I did buy a couple of knives over that time. And I think what knives I bought are going to be really telling because it's like really nerdy knives. I was only able to find one of them, but this is something I bought back in the day. This is a CRKT snap lock from Ed Van Hoy.
Yep,
And
I
this is
remember that
like
knife.
not at all a practical knife. I didn't buy this to be a knife. I bought this because this is an incredibly weird mechanism and an incredibly weird like art piece kind of sculptural mechanical thing.
Yeah.
And so I was very much at a time when I was avoiding the knife community, I was very much still interested in the weird, novel, creative, nerd out type of stuff that you can do in knives.
Yeah.
I think all of the other knives that I bought were things kind of in this vein, and that's what kept me kind of engaged with the community over that 20 years was like periodically looking up like what weird things have people done with knives recently. And I found there's a thing called the Shapeshifter by Scorpio Designs. It's a German custom maker, and it's this knife where the handle like folds in half and the blade slides through the handle and then it clamps back down on itself. And so the handle is like, it's a folding knife, but it doesn't have a pivot. It has like a glide, and it's
Wild.
a really freaking weird mechanism. And that was back then, you know, even now, that's like a very expensive knife. Like that's a $700-800 custom knife, and the big ones he does are like $1,200. But at the time, I was thinking like, how on earth could someone spend $800 on a knife? Like that is completely wild. And so even though I wanted to play with one of those, and they make clones, like Chinese clones exist of that crazy knife, but I've always had that kind of like, I don't want to support the clones.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. It's funny, I've only ever purchased one clone knife, and it was early on in my time in the like Instagram community of knives. I'd always owned knives, but I wasn't like immersed in all that was out there until just a few years ago. And I was in a group chat with a few guys that were diehard Strider fans. And so I bought on like AliExpress a $13 clone of an SNG, like a Lego SNG. And
so
you
knew exactly what it was. You knew it was a clone.
Yeah.
It was 13. Okay.
And I bought it to troll the dudes in the group. And at the time, I justified myself, like, they're shipping this to me from China, and I'm paying them $13 total. Like, how much am I really supporting? Like, they have to be losing money on me, you'd think. Anyway, so I buy this thing, and because a lot of people always poke fun at Nick Strider for the Stolen Valor thing. I don't know if you're aware of that, but it's a whole, a lot of people argue against Strider because of Stolen Valor. And so I called this knife the Stolen Valor, like the double Stolen Valor. And I would just, anytime that they'd be sharing their Striders in the group chat, I'd like pull out my double Stolen Valor. And it was hilarious. But then I felt bad all along afterwards. Like, I shouldn't have bought a clone. This was dumb. Like, it's not good to support that in any way. So like then
it's worth it for a joke, but like,
yeah. So then the final troll was, I don't know if you've seen, there's a reel on my Instagram, but I went up to one of my favorite canyons where I hike a lot, and there's this really cool lookout. And a few times
you mentioned this. That's the backstory of this.
Yeah, so
I just heard you say in passing, like the waterfall with the fake Strider, and I didn't know what you were talking about.
Yeah, so a lot of people call it either Strider Canyon or Yeet Canyon at this point. But I couldn't think of how to get rid of it, and then my mind goes immediately like I should just literally like chuck it off of a cliff to like prove a point. And then I was like, but that's not that much fun. Like, what if I can trick people into thinking it's real one time and then drop it? And so I did, and I was like, oh, check out my new Strider, and I do my little flippy thing that I do all the time over ledges, and I never drop things. I never cut myself. I've been doing it since I was a kid. And then I just like let it fall, and then I just like let the sounds of it clatter down. And that reel I think has like 160,000 views on Instagram or something. And then some of my buddies shared it on like TikTok and YouTube and stuff. And so a ton of people have seen that, and hardly anybody has watched the video where I filmed before holding it like, hey, this is a clone. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop it because you shouldn't buy clones. And it was like, there's definitely people out there who think I dropped a $500 Lego SNG.
I think that.
Yeah, definitely. And there were some comments that were like, oh, that's a clone. Like, if you look closely, you can tell if you're into Striders, but
yeah,
if you're not, immersed in the Strider world, it's pretty easy to think that it looks just like an SNG.
So like
You know?
the deep fanboys, they know you're playing a joke, but all of the aspirational fanboys that just know what Striders generally look like, but not the fine
Yep.
details, they're like literally crying as that happens.
Please tell me you found it. I tried to get down there at one point too. That was actually a video I made later. I hiked up, and to get down into that section of the canyon, you literally have to rappel. Like people go and they canyoneer down through that series of, they're most of the time dry, but they're waterfalls. And yeah, so I've seen people going down a couple of times, and you have to literally be harnessed up and rappel down. And I don't do that. So it's like, I can't get down there. Now I have
Obviously,
a drone.
that's a
Maybe
skill you need to pick up, right? Like you need to learn how to do rappelling just so that you can dredge that lake or whatever's at the bottom.
Well, it should be dry most of the time. I mean, I have rappelled before, like in Boy Scouts and stuff growing up, but I don't like have my own gear. I wouldn't be comfortable even if I got my own gear doing it alone. So I'd need like to find somebody who like does it and go with
You're
them.
like, hold up. I'm gonna. This is for a good cause. It's also a really dumb cause. It's also the internet, and it's also a continuation of a joke from several years ago. But please come out and belay me down this hill,
and we'll see what it looks like. How well a $13 Chinese clone of a Strider survived a 100-foot fall on rocks.
If it's in one piece, that's actually way better credit than I would expect.
It could be. I don't know.
How can they actually make profit selling it for $13?
I have no idea.
But
again, I still don't condone buying these $13 clones, but I mean, it was a steel frame lock with, I'm sure, terrible grade steel. And then it was they even like laser mark it like a real Strider. So it had like the Boss heat treat insignia. And then I think it said it was S35 VN or something. And then it seemed like real-ish G10. It's probably crappy G10, but real G10 on the show side, and it had a pocket clip and everything. And it was like, you would think just in raw material alone, it should have been more, regardless of what the blade steel actually was. Like they had to machine those parts. They had to grind that blade.
Yeah, there's like electricity to run the plant that has the machining part, the tools in it. Like how on earth can, like, I get that they're practically using slave labor probably, but like
still just materials and time, and then shipping. How they do it is beyond me.
There's got to be some threshold at which they're actually losing money, and then buying those clones is like altruistic because you're slowly putting them out of business one chip at a time.
That would be epic if we could find out that it was draining on them to buy those things, and people could just like each buy ones. They're all shipping separately to different addresses, just like one at a time. I don't know. I think the best way
do not try and do this. Do not buy them.
The best way to get it to go away is to not fuel it, and just if nobody buys them, then hopefully they stop making them. But yeah, I don't know. Clones are a nasty part of.
I bought one clone on accident. I got fooled into buying a clone because, I was shipped a clone. I didn't think I was buying a clone. I bought a knockoff ZT-0450 on eBay. And the moment it got to me, I could tell it was a knockoff. Like it was distinctly wrong. It was remarkably well made for a knife. Yeah. Like it was so much better than the vast, vast, vast majority of budget knives out there, or even a fair number of higher end knives. So it kind of blew me away that people with these expertise in knife making, it was a really good knife, but blew me away that people with this expertise in knife making were spending their time making clones. But I ended up buying a ZT-0450 from a local dealer, and I have some photos of them side by side, and it's so obvious that one is a knockoff. But if you didn't know better, it looks very damn good, and like it was well made.
Yeah. Did the eBay seller, do you think they did it intentionally, trying to trick whoever was buying it?
Absolutely.
Or were they like, they didn't know either?
No. They had 150 of them up for sale. Like they.
And they were selling them as new. It wasn't like a secondary. Yes. Okay. Because I've seen a couple of people get taken. eBay. Good. Yeah, I've seen people like in Spyderco groups post like, "Is this real? I just got this on a trade, and it's a PM2." And then it's sometimes fairly easy to tell. Sometimes they're pretty good, like in terms of how close they are in copying. Not saying that they're ever good, but
I could
Yeah,
also, I should also
sometimes
make
it's
the
like
point.
the original owner didn't know either. They bought it from some shady
Yeah.
listing, thought they had a real PM2, and then they go to trade it, and then they get flamed because they sold someone or traded a clone knife. But sometimes I think people legitimately don't know.
Yeah, this person was using photos of the authentic knife and
Yeah.
for their listing, and they had, like I said, 150 of them for sale, and they've got like 20,000 feedback, and I'm blown away that they still were up with like 20,000 feedback, because I reported them. I reported them to PayPal and to eBay, and they got kicked off like
Mm.
within like a week and a half. So the fact that 20,000 people hadn't done that blows my mind.
Maybe it was new for them to do that. Maybe they thought they were gonna. I don't know. It's possible that some of the stuff they were selling was real, but
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
yeah,
they're
that's
gone.
true. It could have been a recent going down a dark path to try and make ends meet or something like that.
Right. Or they might not have even started in knives. Maybe they just sold something else and then found out, oh, there's these fake knives that I could
Yeah.
pass off as real. Oh, that's a good opportunity. I can get these for 25 bucks and sell them for 150. Like,
I will say though, like that guy, the person I bought it from, gave me a refund. Like
hmm,
I told him this is a fake knife, and he gave me a refund. And I actually did mail it back to him because he asked me to.
hmm,
But then I also reported it elsewhere, and so I didn't have that knife. And I ended up so I had both for a moment. I ended up selling the ZTO for 50 because I didn't like the way it fit.
hmm.
But in case anyone like finds my old Reddit post where I sold it over 50, that is the real one. The fake one was returned to the guy.
You didn't pass
Um,
it off as if it was real to recoup
yeah,
your loss. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, scumbags are going to be scumbags. I think
yeah,
it's interesting observing in the knife community. Sometimes there become these big flare ups of like, honor is lost. Like people freak out when someone gets caught doing something wrong, and I think that's overall a very healthy thing for the longevity of the community because we are very trust based. But I
yeah.
do think sometimes on the same hand, it also gets like people get way more upset than they need to, like beyond something being handled. It's like it can
Yeah,
be a little bit mobbish.
there's big personalities, and there's people that have like very very diehard opinions, and when you wrong them or they feel wronged, even if it's not to them, if like their sense of community has been wronged, they are very protective of that. And like you just said though, so much, especially if you're in the buying and trading and everything like that, it is a trust-based system.
Yeah.
So it's good that there's this kind of enforcement, but people kind of lose their sanity a little bit.
Yeah. And I think sometimes people just make the mistake too of thinking everybody in the community all feels the same way about everything. You see a
Yeah.
lot of people like, we in the community can't stand for this, and we blah blah blah, and because we, and sometimes I'm like, you don't speak for me. I don't even agree with you. Like, yeah, people can take it a little too far sometimes, and you get a lot of people throwing the word brother around, and like there's
Yeah.
parts of it that are interesting, the community that we're in. But anyways, we
Yeah.
can tackle more of that. But I got off track, and I don't know why I did. It was probably the Strider story. But you were talking about your evolution of the hobby. You were avoiding the
Oh,
hobby or the community for a while,
yeah. I
and
mean,
we
honestly, what you were just talking on, that kind of like reactionary us versus them kind of thing, is part of what pushed me away from the community for so long. And I guess two things kind of got me back into the community,
hmm,
and or into it. I wasn't in it before. I mean, I guess I was in a sense, because I was that kid going to the like swap meets and playing with the
right.
balisongs and
But you
stuff.
weren't an active participant for a long time in like
Right.
the social online element.
Yeah, not at all. Like I periodically checked back in to see what was happening, and I guess there's three things that changed. One is that companies started making knives that weren't just tactical knives. Like my brother and I would stay up and watch that 2 hour long infomercial that aired at 2 o'clock in the morning when they were selling tactical folders. Like
Yeah.
I still found that interesting, but like I wasn't the type of knife I actually wanted for myself.
Yeah.
And so the fact that companies started making knives that were, I guess, just more practical, but also a little bit more um, refined is a word I'm hesitant to use, but it is true.
Oh, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, so just the fact that people were making knives that weren't as flashy, and also a big part of it is they're making smaller, slimmer, lighter weight knives that were just more appealing to me as an actual tool. That was part of it.
I'm writing down a note to remember that we talk about tactical and its definition and what it means about knives. I don't want to delve too deep into it at the moment, but that's some ground I think would be really fun to cover because I have my gripes with it as well.
So yeah, then the second thing that changed is, well, I guess chronologically what happened is lockdown. Like I didn't really get back into this hobby until COVID started. And it's like a year and a half ago now. And literally I was getting so much stuff in the mail that I wanted a better tool for opening boxes, because this is the knife I was using for 20 years to open boxes, and it's just not great. It's fine. And the fact that it has all these little things means I've used it in a pinch to do all sorts of random stuff, but it's not great at any of those things, which is true
the jack of all trades
in general. Like I adore my Leatherman Wave, and if that's all I have available, I'm so glad I have it. But it's still not going to be a great version of any of the things that are on this. It's a pretty good version of some of them.
Oh, I talk about that a lot when I'm talking about specific knives. Like if they have a use case, one of the things I've said a number of times, you may have heard me say it, you may have not, but like when I see a marketing statement for a knife and it says something like, this is just as at home in the office as it is on the battlefield, like I'd have no interest, none, because it can't be perfect at both of those things, right? Like this is a bushcrafter's dream and it's a refined gentleman's knife. No, it's not. Those are different.
Physically impossible.
Yeah. And so I have no interest in tools that are broad enough to do multiple things at this point. Like I want the best thing for, like, if you look at my collection, I have knives that have different strengths and I buy them for different reasons. And I've had the basis covered for a while, but I still nerd out about like, what's the best outdoor bushcrafty folder? And it's like, great. Should I use a fixed blade outside if I'm bushcrafting? Yes. But what's the best folder for it? And I have a couple that I really, really love for that application. Those are totally different from like the knives that I would love to carry in slacks if I'm going to church on Sunday. I don't need somebody to sell me a knife that does everything.
It's
I'd
rather
rather
do everything.
And so Leathermans are great, but even just the pliers, like the main function arguably of a Leatherman isn't going to be as effective as just a set of pliers most of the time.
Or anywhere near as comfortable, because like I hate to have that Velcro noise again, but like they do a good job on these ones that even like the Wave has the tools on the outside, and so there's still, but there are sharp sides. It's about as comfortable as you can make something like this, but it's still nowhere near as comfortable as just a pair of pliers with an ergonomic handle that's designed to be just pliers. The benefit of these is always if you don't have the opportunity to plan ahead for what specific things you need, then the fact that you got all these things in one is great. And hopefully you have everything you need for the job. I do love taking this, like if I'm going to like, if I know a friend has something, I like fixing things. I love tinkering with things, and I like you get the opportunity to use tools. And so I often will have friends say like something of theirs broke and ask me to come fix it. And I will throw this in the pocket if I don't know what I'm about to tackle. But I just as likely am going to show up with like a little duffel bag of actual tools. I should probably get one of those like travel tool belt thing. They have like there's like a caddy that I see people have that holds tools. I should probably do.
I think a Leatherman is perfect if you're tossing it in a backpack that you go hiking with, or if it's in like your EDC bag, if you're somebody who has a backpack or a satchel or something, because the utility of having it all in one place is massively convenient. I'm not trying to argue that it's not. And in fact, I like Leathermans. I keep meaning to get one to actually keep in my like day pack.
Not own one at all.
I have not a Leatherman. I have a multi-tool that was like a freebie that's like wooden scales on it that are engraved with something, and I just use for all the odds and ends that I need that type of tool for. But really the issue with me getting one has more been a case of indecisiveness of like, there's a lot of Leatherman models. And so probably the next time that I'm at a physical store where they have multiple there where I can handle them, then I'll do that, because I'm less interested in them than I am with knives. Like,
Yeah.
it's so much easier for me to spend hundreds of dollars on a knife than to take a gamble on $100 Leatherman, when like really I'm taking the gamble on the knife too. Most of the time I haven't handled it before I buy it, but my brain doesn't process it the same as knives, because I've broken that dam long ago.
That ability to compartmentalize like decision making and spending habits, like I will nickel and dime over certain things. Like I will go to a different grocery store to buy cereal because my favorite cereal will be 20 cents less there. 20 cents. Like I probably spent more in the gas it took me to get there. But but when it comes to, at the same time though, I will like drop $200 on a knife because it's something that's really exciting to me. And like the hypocrisy and just like inconsistency there.
Dude,
but that's
all
how
the
people's
time
brains work.
I'm like, $30 for a t-shirt? You're out of your mind. And then I spend $1,000 at the table on a knife at a show, and I'm like, yes, this is amazing that I was able to get it for table. It's like, what's wrong with me?
My personal recommendation, I mean, go do exactly what you said. Try them all, feel it. But my personal recommendation is the upgraded version of this, the Leatherman Wave Plus. And the only difference between it and this is that it has replaceable jaw wire cutters here, because these you can dent these if you're cutting something that's too hard. And the Wave Plus, which is the only version they make now, so if you try and buy a Wave, unless you're buying it used or old stock, they only come with that, and it's the exact same tool otherwise. And I'm a hyper shopper. Like that's something that is like, that's a very telling part of my personality and how I also apply that to researching knives and stuff. But I'm a hyper shopper, and I will super deep dive and learn every possible thing I can about every single different product in a product line or various competitors. And I got this a long time ago, but I happen to live in Portland where the
Leatherman is.
Yeah. So I have had the opportunity to go to their like whatever it is store. They've got like a showroom store where they have past versions of that. So I've had the opportunity long after I bought this of holding and kind of playing with every Leatherman that's ever been made. And this is still the one I recommend. But again, definitely go. And I love these. These are the little bit sleeves that they have. And these will fit into the back of this pouch they sell.
Oh, that's rad.
And so like you can they'll slide in back here and they'll both fit. And if you want, there's even these little ones on the side for putting like the bit extender that I don't own, everything like that. But the bottom line is, between those bits and this little pouch here does have a tremendous amount of utility on it. It's never going to be the greatest version for any of those, but it's a remarkably compact way of having like 50 different things all at once.
I totally get and agree with the utility of it. I think sometimes people overstate it, right? Where they're like, it's the only tool you'll ever need. And it's like, it could be, but there's also like, if you have a garage, then if you're doing most of your work in the garage, there are way better tools.
If you are doing work in a garage, like I pray that you have standalone tools, at least like a screwdriver and clamp pliers and stuff.
And most people do, but it's like it's more of like a marketing statement of like, it's the only tool you'll ever need. And people justify and rationalize their own purchases oftentimes by repeating those things. And so you get a lot of people and people do it with knives too. Like they'll overstate one of the selling points of a knife and say that it's the best ever at X because of this. And it's like, but if you really dive deep into it, oftentimes you can find there are other examples of really good things. It's like Chris Reeve has mastered heat treat and no one else can do it like him. Bull crap. There are a ton of people who heat treat as well or better than Chris Reeve knives. Not saying that they do a bad job, not saying it's terrible. They know exactly what they're doing and they hit it. But it's not miracle work. There's no wizardry. It's science. And a lot of people have figured out the equations and do it as good.
And do it like all the time professionally. Like Peter's Heat Treat in Pennsylvania does just that. And a whole bunch of people contract with them. There's a lot of people that are getting really great heat treat done. I know that you've talked about it a lot already in just your videos and everything. So we don't need to go into a lot of detail. But I was so pleased back whenever you did that week-long challenge that to finally find someone else that didn't find Chris Reeve's knives the most compelling thing in the world, because they've just never been that interesting to me. They look incredibly well made. They seem very nice, but they're just not interesting. They're not exciting. And that whole so I watched all of your updates on that, and the entire time I was like, yes, finally someone else is willing to say these things out loud.
Yeah. I don't know. I've said probably my whole piece on that. What's funny is, like, even in the last couple of weeks, I keep seeing pictures of the Sebenza 31, and it's happened with me so many times where I'll see good looking photos of Sebenzas set against cool backgrounds or whatever, and I'm like, that's a good looking knife. I wonder if I'd like it. And it's like, I know that I probably won't, but I think relatively soon I'll probably do a follow-up with the 31, because I did it on the 21, so it'd be fair to there's a new improved version. It's S45 now. Cool. That doesn't move the needle for me personally, but like I think it would be worth it to try it again on a 31, if nothing else, to appease my own brain, because I've genuinely been like, some friends of mine have gotten them, and I have that like tinge of jealousy when they post a picture of it that looks really cool. It's like, it's a good looking knife with the micarta inlays. I like the way they're doing that. Like,
yeah.
But again,
is that what you would get, micarta inlay?
Yeah, I think so. Or maybe bog oak or something if they had it, just because it's unique. But at the end of the day, too, like, there's no part of me that would get it at this point expecting to fall in love with it. It would be very like, and I do with a lot of knives, not a lot, but it happens where I'll get a knife that I'm just open to liking, but I'm not expecting to. Like, that's relatively common. And I think that's what I would try to come at the Sebenza in any iteration at this point with. And I've held the Zan, which drives me nuts, the way they form that lock bar with the stupid tab that sticks out and just pounds into my knuckle. And then I've handled the Nkosi, which I like better than the Sebenza ergonomically, but still, like, they feel heavy, they feel clunky. I don't like the action. I don't like the way they carry. Like, it's not my type of knife, you know. And it doesn't have to be, but they can be very handsome.
That is a super important part. That is someone's type of knife. Like, someone is going to love that, but the people who love it that much seem to act like they think everyone will and should love it that same amount. And that is just really, really weird to me, the kind of cultish quality that it has.
I get a big kick out of rubbing those people the wrong way. It's just so much fun for me. Same thing with like Medford fans and the people who
are so polite to them. Like, that's one of the things that blew me away in those videos, especially like in your follow-up where you were like addressing the comments on the first one. I can't get over how cordial and polite you were to the people who were just being trolls.
I'd probably be less polite now. I think in a lot of ways I'm the same person, but I also, for certain things, I have less patience than when I started my channel. Even just lately, I've gotten into some pretty heated back and forths with a couple of people who've taken it upon themselves on a video of a knife that happens to be made in China to just specifically, like, I don't know. There was one who, on a Finch knife, he tried to infer that Finch knives deliberately tried to trick him into thinking it was a USA made knife. And I was like, no, they didn't. That's just a lie. I have seen all of Finch's branding from the beginning. I've seen their website. Their packaging says Kansas on it because that's where their business is. That's where they ship from. That's where all their employees are. That's where they're from. And they're proud of being a business there. That's okay to do, even if their manufacturing doesn't take place there, because their whole business is there. And so I went back and forth with this guy a whole bunch, and he just kept inferring that I was a communist or whatever it was, because I was okay with Finch putting Kansas on their box. And then somebody else commented, and he was like, I just went to the market and I got a carton of ice cream that said homemade taste on it. I got home. It didn't taste at all like homemade ice cream. And so he's like, it's the same type of logic. And it's hilarious to me. But I've always, in my comment section, gotten a little bit like, if someone wants to poke me, I'll poke back, because screw you. Like, I don't owe you anything because I made this video. You don't like get to come in here and be an a-hole when I didn't do anything to you, you know? And so I try to poke back. But lately, some of these people have been more adamant than they seem to have been in the past. And I'll let it go as long as it needs to go until they get really personal. Then I just block them. And that's the best, because it's like,
Yeah.
great,
As
you
long as
started saying personal names. All right, you can go. Then you can never
if
come
you're
back.
engaging in a way that is still fun for you, then poking the bear is incredibly fun. But the
Yeah.
moment that it just starts being they're just being shitty, and like you're obviously not having a conversation and they're just being like name cally, then the fact that you can just go like, nope, that's fantastic.
And it's a different line for different people too. Like my wife, she works in social media. That's how she makes her living. For her, when she gets comments like some of the things that I get that I find hilarious, she can't even let herself think about it. She can't respond because it'll get to her, and she just has a different relationship with it where she takes it more personally. And for me, that's always the rule, is as long as it's fun and I'm laughing and I'm not actually getting upset, then great, keep engaging. But if it's one that actually makes me upset, then it wouldn't do me any favors to respond to it, because no one wins an argument on the internet. Although sometimes I post in my stories ones that are really funny and it feels like I win. So that's fun too. But
yeah, because they don't have an opportunity to retort. So you definitely get in the last word there.
sometimes they'll respond. I'll post those too. A lot of people don't respond because they don't expect a response in the first place. They expect to just spout off their little ignorant thing that they want to say, and that there's going to be no repercussions, which is why I like to respond and then share it in my stories. And at this point, I don't even block people's names out. I used to, but it's like, you put that on the internet, you're the idiot. No, you don't get to keep your anonymity.
They posted that with their name already. Like, that is how they're representing themselves.
Yeah,
like,
and it's just their YouTube handle anyways. It's not a big deal. But
sometimes the YouTube handle is just someone's first and last name.
True. So
my
for you,
it's not big enough that I don't actually get hate. Like,
that's what I was going to ask. Have you gotten to that realm yet?
I got one shitty comment, and so I posted a video called "The Importance of Inclusivity in the Knife and Gear Community."
I watched that video, yeah.
And like the whole the tagline of that video is to don't actively contribute to other people's suffering. Like don't be a dick. And so it was really, really funny to me that someone made a comment back. Like, I got one shitty comment, and they said it was like the extreme wussification of the American male or something like that. But they said, oh no, it wasn't even that. I got a second one. But yeah, the second one that blew my mind. So I'm not trying to make my politics part of my public persona. I'm not. I am a liberal person, but whatever. That's not how I'm trying to engage in the community. And so someone saw one of my videos. Someone commented on the haptic video, saying that they loved my enthusiasm and made them want the knife even more, and they were excited about it. And then and the only reason why I know that they commented on that is because I got like an email about that comment. I still have those on. I don't get enough comments on my videos to need to turn that off because it's not flooding my inbox. But then that same person saw that video and said, this whole video is liberal. Just that's the sentence. And then they went back and they deleted their other comment. And that's the part that is so freaking funny to me, that they were so offended by that video that they felt that they couldn't be in any way associated with my channel in a positive way and needed to scrub that other content. And my response to that was just like, I hope don't be a dick to people is not something that you genuinely think is a liberal concept. I'm not trying, it was not meant to be a liberal video,
right.
But that concept of just being like respectful of other people, that's not a liberal concept.
Right.
But yeah, I think I've had exactly 2 negative comments, and they've both been that. I do love seeing that some people will downvote my videos. I find that hilarious.
There's a downvote gang who, there's only a handful of them, but any video that I put up within the first couple minutes, I'm pretty sure these people have like post notifications turned on, will downvote immediately, which just like, it doesn't hurt my channel. It doesn't make me mad. If anything, I find it hilarious.
Those are like bust your balls type guys in the community. I think it's like funny to josh.
Could be. It doesn't affect me. And what's hilarious too is a lot of the people who are responding in negative ways via comments don't realize how much that like actually boosts analytics. These guys were going back and forth with me in a 14 comment thread. It's like,
that was like engagement.
You just added so much engagement to my video. Like, cool. You're just fueling the fire. And then when people read the comments, it's like clear when someone just looks like a dick. You know, it's not that hard to see when someone comes in just being an a-hole. And
Yeah.
most people, I don't think, view that well. But it's funny too, because there's this thing like, I don't like to too easily block people, because I think on the internet people should be allowed to say whatever they want. I'm apolitical on my channel intentionally,
Yeah.
and in general, I'm not that actively engaged in politics anyways. I find I'm way happier in life when I'm not. So it's very easy for me to be apolitical on YouTube, but I do care a lot about like freedoms, basic freedoms that I think are
Yeah.
on a human level correct to have. And one of those is like speech. Yeah, you can say what you want, but when people become belligerent and cross certain lines, and it's like, now I don't have to hear it anymore, because you're just like, you're becoming a problem. And if you were doing that to me in person, I'd also make you leave. That's
Yeah.
where the line is for me, where it's like,
Yeah.
okay, now it's too much. But a lot of the time I try to just leave stuff. And if it's a dumb comment, I just don't like it or heart it or whatever, and I just move right along. And
Yeah.
it means nothing to me. But I think people should be allowed to say what they want to say. And sometimes people respond to videos that I make with a different point of view than I have, and they actually say in a way that's understandable and legible that they disagree and for what reasons. And that can be super beneficial for me to see,
Yeah.
like, maybe I even made a mistake in the video and I said like a certain thing that's factually wrong about the knife because I didn't dig into it enough. And they're like, well, actually, that material is this, or that process is this, whatever. I love that. Like, I don't have to be right about everything
Yes.
either, but you have to plate things the right way for people to want to listen to you. That's basic social skills. Like, if you come
So
off like
many
a
people
jerk,
don't have basic social skills.
right? Especially on the internet. But
Yeah. Yeah, people don't even try on the internet. Like, they just assume they can do whatever. But that is absolutely true for me too. I say a lot of things in a really authoritative tone. Just the way that I speak is very matter of fact. And so it can come across like I do very thoroughly research everything that I'm talking about, but I can easily make mistakes. And I also have not been in this anywhere near as long as a lot of people. So there's huge holes in my knowledge base.
gaps in your understanding. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I absolutely want people to tell me when I'm factually wrong.
Yeah.
Factually wrong. That's very important.
And
If it's
even
an
when they
opinion,
disagree, if they do it right.
yeah, no, that's the other thing. If people correct me on an opinion, fuck you. Like, that's not no. But if people have a different view, like, I like certain things and I think certain things are good, and I will say why I think they're good. And if someone says that they see a reason why it's not, then great, I want to hear that. In part, it might actually change my mind. Like, there might just be an angle I haven't considered yet. And in part also, as long as they're doing it in like a civil way, it's just interesting. That's engaging with people. I really enjoyed, like, I don't get negative comments. I do get people saying, like, I posted a video saying why I sold my Thai Malibu. That is apparently my Malibu gesture. That's like the flicking of the Malibu.
It seems accurate. That's about how it looks in real life. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I get people saying, like, I can't believe you did that. But great. I can totally understand that you can't believe I did that. And because you said it in a polite and interesting way, then it's interesting to me to hear how other people think about this. Like, I always want that. And that's actually been one of the most, like, okay, I don't personally care about growing a YouTube channel. I like a lot of aspects of that don't matter to me whatsoever. And some parts of that are actively off-putting to me.
Yeah.
But what I do love is that if more and more people are seeing my videos, just statistically, it means more and more people are likely to comment. And I love that. I love talking with the people. I love, like, I've met so many interesting people because of my engagement with this community by leaning in. And some of the people that I talk to the most, like I talk to every single day now, are people that I met in the community. And I talk to them more frequently than like my in real life friends that I've known for a really long time.
Right.
And so I really, really enjoy when people do leave comments. Sometimes people will message me on Instagram, because I created an Instagram because YouTube has no way of doing messaging, like direct messaging.
Which I think even before so when I started my channel, they didn't, but it used to have a feature.
Yeah,
I never used it, but where you could DM people.
yeah.
And I don't know what the purpose of getting rid of that was. I feel like that would be really convenient in a lot of ways, but
I'm assuming it wasn't good, and rather they just made the call rather than spending the money and fixing all the usability features. Let's just cut it.
yeah, because they're
But
poor at YouTube. They don't have enough money.
that's the other thing. Google has the single worst track record in messaging apps. They've put out like 13 different competing with themselves messaging platforms, from Hangouts and Allo and Google Chat and just their messages. Like, they've competed with themselves so many times that
Mhm.
I'm guessing they probably got rid of it because like it was around the same time that like Google Plus trying to be a social
Mm.
network alongside Facebook or something. Like, I'm thinking they probably axed it as like
To try to boost a
redundancy in their
different,
lineup or something like that.
yeah, that would make sense.
They make terrible decisions when it comes to how you actually send text to other individuals, with the sole exception of Gmail. Gmail is pretty solid.
True. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's funny. I feel like a lot of these companies are just at a size where they feel, and in a lot of ways are, kind of untouchable in the sense
Yeah.
that like YouTube can get rid of the ability to message other users and be fine.
Yeah, it's
You
not
know,
going to
like,
impact their user base like
yeah,
numbers whatsoever.
Instagram could get rid of DMs tomorrow and the app would continue on. People would be ticked, but like even just so my wife uses Instagram like crazy. And so we have to be on top of the changes that are being made and stuff. And it was like just the other day they made the switch from swipe up to stickers. And it's like, what was wrong with swipe up? You know, like why recreate this thing that worked just fine and change it with something that now is confusing? And I was just joking with her and I was like, because they understood that people were finally used to what they had and they can't stand people being comfortable with their platform. They want you in a constant state of a little bit of discomfort. So they replaced it with the stickers. Even if everybody agrees that they liked it the way it was before, Instagram will never go back. Like they'll never go back to a chronological feed, even though so many people want them to. It's not even an option to turn it on for yourself,
Yeah.
which would be foreseeably pretty easy for them to do. But they just need to flex on everybody who uses it that
Yeah.
they know what's best. And even if you don't like it, it's still what's best. And they can operate that way because they're the giant,
So
you know?
I don't want to go into too much detail about what like I do in my professional life, but because of what I do in my professional life, I have been involved in some of the user studies that companies do for testing those kinds of interface changes.
Sure.
This was a long time ago, and I was working on something that was a kind of proof of concept thing, and there was a app side of it.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, like, we contracted with a third party company that does user studies, and we had strangers come in. We were downtown. I was literally behind like that.
The
What
fake
is it called?
glass window
Yeah,
thing.
the mirror, the like two-way mirror thing, whatever they call it, the interrogation rooms. And I've have been able to see a window into that kind of decision making, and there is a guise of like, statistically speaking, X percentage of more people found this user experience to be slightly more intuitive or something. But
Mm-hmm.
so much of it, I think you're spot on. Like, that's the cynical view, but I think that's accurate, that it's kind of just a way of asserting we own you and we can make changes and you will stick around.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it is probably ego too, of
Yeah.
like they want to be seen as the people who are always innovating. And
Yes.
so a
Oh
lot
my
of these
God.
innovations do nothing. They don't enhance, but it's just a change. And they're going to call it an innovation, even though it's really just a change. And it's like,
Yeah.
change isn't always innovation. Sometimes moves are lateral or they step backwards. It's not all progress.
And
Uh,
so much of that stuff is like opinion based. So like you just said a moment ago that you don't have the option of turning it into a chronological feed. Like, so much of that, people will have different ways of interacting that are better for them. So the fact that they don't, it's one thing to not add in new customization that makes it more intuitive for you. But if they had it, for them to remove it, like for them to remove functionality that makes it less usable for some subset of their users, is so frustrating.
Right. Especially at the size that they're at, because
Yeah.
it can't be that it's too complicated or too expensive for them to build it at a certain
No.
point. They're the most profitable businesses in the world. So
Yeah.
like they could take it to the moon, but instead they're going to keep it very terrestrial. It's going to stay on the ground level. It's going to be simple, the same for everybody. And it works for them. They keep
So
everybody on it.
I can say I don't use like virtually any of those kind of social media platforms for my personal use. I kind of hate Instagram. I have a personal Instagram that I've never once posted to,
Hmm.
but I created it because I like a specific breed of stupid, scruffy looking dogs, and there's a ton of them on Instagram. They're called Brussels Griffons, and they look
Hmm.
like Ewoks. They literally are what Ewoks are modeled after.
Epic.
And so they're just like they're grumpy old man dogs with a beard.
Yeah.
And they're hilarious. And so I created an Instagram account specifically to follow like still silly, stupid old man dogs. And I've
Yeah.
never once posted that, but my profile on there, because they made me pick a picture, I just chose an arbitrary one of those dogs. And since there's like this weird dog community where they all follow each other the same way
A
people
lot
do
of
on
them
Knife
follow you back.
Instagram, so many of them. I have so many followers on my personal account without having posted a single thing just because they assume someday I'll post pictures of a dog.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. Like I've met a lot of people, especially as I've gotten like onto the content creation side of the hobby, who like I'll talk to people, whether it's on the podcast or privately or whatever, about like I use Facebook groups a lot. And I hear all the time, like, oh, I have no interest in Facebook. I hate that
Yeah.
platform. And it's like, I do too. But for the knife community, it's awesome. Like when I log
Yes.
onto Facebook, all that it shows me at this point are the knife groups that I'm in that I
Yep.
engage with. And that like I look at it the same way as Instagram. I think where people go wrong sometimes is they're looking for something that they don't actually even want out of the app. Like
Yeah.
you get it. You have that page where you figured out exactly what you want from Instagram on a personal level, and your profile is only about viewing. You don't feel like you have to contribute, and you just look at the things you want to look at, and then you close the app and you're done. Right. And like it's the people expecting to get more out of it than what they
Yeah.
ultimately even need or want. That's
Or the
weird to me.
people
So
that like feel like they're supposed to document their lives and have an an Instagram like persona, but don't want to be doing that and it doesn't bring them joy. And that's something. So like I created a Knife Nerdery Instagram,
mhm,
in part, like I said before, because I wanted people to have a way of sending me
talking to you.
messages.
Yeah.
In part so that I could do the equivalent of following the dogs. I follow a bunch of makers. I tend to not follow like just regular EDC community folks unless they're the types of people that I see are regularly introducing me to things that I didn't know about, because
Mm,
I mostly use Instagram from a consumption perspective to learn about things that are happening or learn about new things that new knives I haven't heard of. But I don't, what isn't super compelling to me, and I don't mean any offense to the people who love this or the people who create these, is just like a bunch of flat lays of knives.
yeah.
I get it. And they look really cool, but they blur together in my mind so quickly. I saturate on that. It's one of those things where it's like, if I haven't seen one all day and I see one, I'm like, oh, that looks so good.
And then
And then I see,
three deeper, you're like
yeah. And then I'm
ball of
like,
blur.
I did it. I did that for today. I saw my well lit shadows just right, some kind of textured background. And so I have posted a couple of things like that because every now and then it's fun just to kind of like play that character and like see what would it look like if I arranged these things. But for the most part, I don't really post a lot of stuff to Instagram. And the only real reason why I want to have an Instagram, like want to truly have an Instagram, is because some content that I want to create doesn't really need videos and works better in like a picture form. And an
Mm,
example that I have one post that shows the detent position lineup. And so this is like how early is this detent? If you go
mm,
like how long does it have to close before you're hitting that detent ball?
mhm,
And so I took a picture of this. I don't think I did this one. I think I did the drift. So I
mhm.
took a picture of this and the very, very similarly shaped and sized um, TRM Neutron. Like these are incredibly comparable knives by like sliciness and everything like that. What is
In a
going to stand
number of
one out?
ways, yeah.
There's obvious things that people get. Like there's the fact that this is a frame lock, and this is like effectively kind of a tanky version of an otherwise very featherweight knife.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that people don't normally think about is that how early is the detent? And so it's 9 degrees on one and 18 on the other. So it's literally twice as early. And
Mm-hmm.
that's one of those things that's like, so showing that I did that by taking the photo in open and taking the photo with everything still exactly aligned in the hitting the detent ball. And then I was able to measure that angle and show an angle line and have a little radius and have the 18 degrees. And that's the kind of thing that like works visually best as a still image. Like
Mm-hmm.
trying to do that in a video doesn't really make sense. And so opportunities to explain some kind of knife engineering concept in picture form, that's going to go on Instagram. There's not a whole lot of those, but that's what's going to go on Instagram. The only other exception is when I get things like this, because these are scales made by Match Anderson and they're just freaking gorgeous. And like I needed to show a pretty picture of this to people. So I took it out in the sunlight and showed these gorgeous wood burl scales.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny.
But
I
that,
feel like people a lot of the time like throw shade on people who buy knives to show them off on Instagram.
yeah,
And some of it may be pretty tongue in cheek because it's people who do it like me who are often like making fun of the other people like me who are also doing it.
yeah,
But sometimes I think people feel pretty serious about like, oh, you just bought that knife for Instagram or whatever. But there is an aspect that like, just like any part of the hobby, like different people get enjoyment out of it different ways.
yeah.
And some of the photography work that I see is incredible. Just yesterday in a group chat that I'm in, somebody shared one of the Raven the Pirate photos where he blew up an f5.5 and showed it completely disassembled as if it was suspended in the air and like controlled the lighting on it, all kinds of
That
like
stuff is
crazy
insane.
Photoshop work, right?
Yeah,
And it created this dialogue in the group chat where some of the guys were like, I don't really like that style of photography. It's too like not real. And then some of the rest of us were like, that's insane that
yeah,
guy, like the amount of time and effort that would take and then the creativity to even think about it and then to line it up and
yeah,
actually execute on it is wild. But then there's other people who do like really realistic shots of knives that are just set in a cool place or whatever it may be. And
Mhm.
it's like some of that is just a really good time. Like the way that I shoot Instagram pictures is it's like a mental game for me a lot of the time because I'm looking at the world differently for what would be a cool place to set this knife so that it
Yeah,
looks visually captivating in some way. And it's like where I am today, like
yeah. It's
it's
like
a
a
different way to
memory, a photo
interface.
memory of your hike for that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
And
the videos that the videos, the shots you have of like the knife precariously balanced, but with the gorgeous backdrop, like awesome. That place is stunning. And the few times that I have done that kind of like looking, hunting for what would be a good texture or something like that, it is a very fun way of making you notice the small details of the space you're in. That's
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, it's really supremely hard for me, like in my apartment at this point, to think of a place where it'd be like, this would be a cool place to set this knife because there's usually mess everywhere, so I'd have to move things around to make it look clean. And like it's there's like kids' toys everywhere. That doesn't look cool in my pictures, and it's just crazy in here. And so it's like also an excuse for me in a lot of ways because I like to post just about every day to get out, even just on a quick walk around the neighborhood and just
Yeah.
like look at the world and see like that patch of dirt would go cool with this knife, and then for some reason I'm interfacing with a patch of dirt that I wouldn't have looked at otherwise. And it's like, that's fun. And I get it. Like, I understand where the like use your shit crowd is coming from because that's the way they interface with their stuff. And so it
But that's
might be
that
narrow
same
minded, but
thing. That's the same thing with the fanboys of Chris Reeves or whatever that insist that the only valid way of enjoying or experiencing or valuing something is the same way you do. Like that,
right.
like the people who buy knives just to post pictures on Instagram, that's what's bringing, I mean, I hope it's bringing them joy. If it's bringing them sorrow, then please stop what you're
Stop
doing.
it.
But
Yeah.
like that's what's bringing them joy, and they're having fun and they're taking pictures and they're expressing an artistic creative side that they don't get to have a venue to express in some other way probably, and that's awesome. And
Yeah.
like I can get, so a moment ago you were saying how some people were saying they didn't like that exploded view thing. I get that. Like that artifice that's applied at that, like there is a degree of detachment that's going to turn some people off. But people like me, that's like really, really captivating. And because I have done a lot of like crappy Photoshop work in my life,
Right. To execute it well is impressive
yeah,
if you've tried.
there's mastery that's being expressed there. And that's
Yeah.
really impressive to me. I'm definitely, but like what you were just saying a moment ago, like I'm definitely someone that I want to engage and notice the small details of things, whatever they are. And so if finding photo opportunities like that is making you notice and pay attention to the small details of your surroundings, that's a huge plus.
Yeah. I think it's interesting too, because there's like sometimes people will get mad at the type of collector who buys just to keep the knife in the box and put it in a safe. And I think a lot of it is just it's narrow-minded like misunderstanding, right? Like
Yeah.
the use your shit crowd, I think, can oftentimes be the most abrasive about it. But what like the way I've usually thought about it is there are people in the world who collect stamps or coins or whatever it may be. Objects
Yeah.
that I don't personally, I guess I have a collection of coins from when I was a kid. I found that interesting, but like things that I have no interest in that
Yeah.
people collect and shove away somewhere as an investment or whatever it may be, or they just find it interesting. And like, uh, I would rather encourage the people who want to collect knives to do it more and more and more and more and more because it fuels the industry and the
Yeah.
hobby. And like, I guess it can be frustrating if you missed out on a hard to get knife drop and some people bought it just to collect it because you wanted to use it. But like, man up. Like maybe that's the wrong term, but like deal with it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
life isn't always peachy. Sometimes you miss things. And the fact that there are people who are fueling the hobby by putting it in their safe is none of your business. Like it does not
The
affect you, or it
like
shouldn't. It only does if you let it.
like the closest thing to that that feels sort of valid is that like that recognition that something is going off the market potentially indefinitely. And
Mhm.
so if there is something that's really really interesting and exciting to you, I can understand how frustrating it is to know that you're never going to get it because it's never going to come up and it's never going to be made available. I get that frustration.
But
But
if you're only buying it to use it,
yeah.
name one example of a knife drop that was so exclusive that it only happened one time in this particular configuration, and that's the best use tool. Like
Yeah.
there have been some Spyderco sprint runs. I guess you could say the 10V one, which wasn't that hard to get and still on the secondary isn't that hard to get, where it's like if you're a user, that could be the best steel for you. And so it's frustrating if that's the steel you want the PM2 in. But guess what? You can get a PM2 in 1,000 different other steels all the time. So like if you're the guy who feels like you're missing out because you wanted to use it hard, like they're never the only option.
Yeah, and
And
so much
rarely
of
the
it is
best for it.
not like they're using that argument to justify what is just envy at the end
Just
of the
butt
day.
hurt. Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a pause. I wanna refill my water. I'll be right
Oh, you're
back.
good. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, I have water, and I am a proper Portland hipster, so I also have a kombucha.
There you go.
And I noticed I have one of these bottles still here. I'm pretty confident that we drink the same brand of yerba mate. I've been drinking these for the last like 4 or 5 years.
Yes. So I drank Guayaquil yerba mate like it was water for years and years and years until like a year ago, I found a local mate shop that brews fresh mate and mixes it with fruit juices and all kinds of fun stuff. And I
Yeah.
refill growlers there. And so now I typically only drink the canned stuff if for some reason I'm like out of it and traveling, even though I typically think ahead and get bottles before I travel from them. But I love Guayaquil, especially just the uncarbonated orange one. That's my jam. That's number
Mm.
one for me.
Yeah, these little ones that are carbonated, I like just the low amount of effervescence they have. But I just really like their classic gold
Yep.
and
That's
the
the best
like
sparkling one for sure.
I think I like the grapefruit ginger is the other one that I like from them.
It's pretty good.
And then I get the glass bottles sometimes, and I like the passion
The
fruit one.
terere, yeah.
How do you pronounce that word?
I think it's terere, Terere.
My brain, every time I see it, so a thing that my brain does is it finds mispronunciations funny sometimes, and then it sticks with that because it found it funny once, and then it just does it forever. I used to like yeah, it just happens for a lot of things, and my brain saw that and read it as terrarium the very first time. And so now my brain just calls that one the passionate terrarium, and that's just what my brain does.
It sounds more fun than terere.
I will say that as much as I love this product, I cannot get over this paragraph that's written on here. When's the last time you read this? It's written on all other cans.
It's been a while. Does it say something about enlightenment or something?
Can I read this right now? Is this like
Sure.
terrible content?
No, let's do it.
I find it hilarious.
We'll call this episode "Reading Labels with Knife Nerdery" or something.
It says, reach deep into yerba mate culture, and you'll discover people have long gathered to imbibe mate, to awaken the mind, perform extraordinary feats, and to exchange confidences. Even Yari, the mythical goddess of mate, decrees it a symbol of friendship. I love that word even there, as if it's surprising that like the main spokesperson of mate would say it's good. And it cuts from that immediately into, we've always believed there was a magical tree in the rainforest with the powers to unite and energize, come to life with this high energy infusion brewed from the mighty emerald green mate leaves.
So are they inferring that the mate plant is the tree of life?
I think they're like effectively saying that.
They're saying it without really saying it.
That is such like I cannot fathom writing the marketing copy for this with a straight face. Like it either was a super unrelatable hippie, just like the kind of person you could not possibly have a conversation with,
Probably.
or it was someone that's like in some ad agency just laughing their ass off, sitting behind a thing, seeing how ridiculous they can make it.
I would imagine there was probably some LSD involved. It mixed into the mate.
That's how you perform extraordinary feats, right?
Perfect. Yeah. Psychedelics and some energy drink. It's the way to get you going. Yeah. It's funny. Mate, people who watch my channel a lot know that I drink it. And a lot of my friends tend to poke fun at my hipsterness for drinking it. But most of the people who have tried it on my recommendation have enjoyed it. It's a good, approachable, I would say much healthier alternative to drinking a Monster or something. I'll pound a Red Bull every now and then, but it's good. It's good stuff.
Vast majority of energy drinks, Monster style, just taste like garbage to me, and I think people have just acclimated to how bad they taste.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm one of them.
The cranberry Red Bull is like the only one that I'm willing to drink. Ooh. And that's like if it's like I'm driving at 2 o'clock in the morning and I have to be on the road for the next 3 hours and I know I desperately need it. That's going to be at the gas station, and it's going to be palatable enough and not taste like liquid Skittles or whatever Red Bull ends up tasting like.
Yeah, see, they have one that's kiwi apple that I really like. And then during the summer flavors, they do one that's dragon fruit, or they at least did this year. That one I like too. But
I had no idea there were seasonal flavors.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a welcome to the real world. We got crazy Red Bulls now, Kevin.
Well, I've been living in my mango passion fruit kombucha world here in hipster Portland.
So many people would call me a hipster, and I don't know how true that is or not. If I'm a hipster, I was a hipster before it was cool. So my wife really likes kombucha. And she actually doesn't really drink it anymore. I think I finally ruined it for her. But every time that I try to drink kombucha, it just tastes like apple cider vinegar to me.
Yes.
And I can't get over that. And then when you think that while you're sipping it, it's like you thinking about the pronunciation thing where it's like, because it has become funny to me, I can't not think about it. And now anytime I even like smell kombucha, I'm like, oh, it just smells vinegary and bad to me. Even like good fresh kombucha, which is less vinegary than a lot of like bottled stuff, I just can't do it. And now my wife poor her. She loves it and it's good for you. But like, because I always say it smells like vinegar, she's like, now it just all tastes like vinegar to me too. And I feel bad, kind of.
Have you ever had shrubs? You know what shrubs are? They're drinking vinegars.
I don't think so. I have no interest in drinking vinegar, to be honest. I just don't. I like salt and vinegar potato chips. Heck yeah. But drinking it, I don't know.
So they're used either to make, like, to mix with soda water to kind of make like an Italian soda-esque thing, but it's from, I mean, Asia, Thailand did it a lot, but they're also used as cocktail ingredients. And so people use them in the place of like a fruit liqueur as a no ABV version, because they are a fruit syrup, but that tang that you get, they don't taste like vinegar. They just have enough of a vinegar tang that it makes, that kind of balances the sweetness that a syrup would otherwise have.
Okay.
And so
I put a little dill in there, a little pickle for garnish. Great.
I think that they are very fun, but if you're the type of person that has that reaction to kombucha, you're almost assuredly going to hate them.
See, I love vinegary things. Like if I'm having fish and chips, a little vinegar on there, great. Pickles, I go to town on pickles. But like, I feel like it has to be very specific foods that I associate with being properly saturated in vinegar. Otherwise, it's like, it's one of those flavors that, I don't know, you put it on the wrong thing and I'm out.
Where I grew up in the Pittsburgh area, and I don't know who else does this. I know it's regional, but it's not exclusive to Pittsburgh. People put malt vinegar on their like French fries. That's like instead of ketchup. And I, as a kid, when I say where I grew up there, I moved back there when I was like 9, and so my formative French fry years, I wouldn't have dreamed of that. And then I came there, everyone was doing it, and it smelled like feet, and it was just like, how can you possibly do this to your French fries? And I learned pretty quickly that I was the weird one, according to them.
Yeah, I only do that if I'm having fish and chips, because that seems like the right thing to do to me. Maybe it's just because that's what I've observed other people do. And so like on all of it, I'll put some malt vinegar and then usually a little bit of salt too. But
the Burger Kings in Pittsburgh have malt vinegar on the table next
thanks.
to ketchup and everything like that.
Yeah, again, it's like I have this mental separation of like, this is where it makes sense, and that's one of those ingredients, maybe because of how like potent it is, that it just doesn't make sense in certain things.
It's a very strong thing. So if it's kind of like if that, it's that expectation defying, you know, if you're that whole, like if you're expecting a glass of milk but you drink a glass of orange juice, you might love orange juice but still make you puke. If your brain is associating that flavor with savory things or like specific or food in general, let alone make that now into a beverage that you're drinking, it just feels wrong in a way.
Yeah. No, I get it.
We've been talking about non-knife things for a while, which I do not mind at all, but I do realize that this is a knife podcast.
It happens most times on this podcast. In fact, before we go back to knives, while you were standing up for water, I can see that there's Ghostbusters behind you. I'm confident that that's what the green one is. Yeah. I'm proud of my vision right now that I can see that. But the other posters, when you were out of the way, there's one that's framed and one that's not framed. What are we working with back here? Oh, there's even more. Okay.
Trying to figure out how to angle. This
the big red guy.
Ooh, yeah. So it's actually orange, but it looks red in here. That's Hausu. It's 1977 surrealist Asian comedy horror bizarro. How old are you? Do you mind? Do you say that publicly? Do you talk about your age?
No, it's not a secret. I was born in 92. I'm 29.
92. Okay, I'm 35, and so I. By the way, that's another thing. I have a baby face. People think that I am 25.
I think if I shaved the beard, I could trick people into believing I was early 20s. But
I'm 35, and I get carded every single time I buy alcohol, and I will be for the rest of my life. But the reason why I asked this is because. Do you know what Teen Girl Squad from Homestar Runner is?
Yeah. Teen Girl Squad.
Yeah, so that's kind of older internet.
I loved Homestar Runner. Are you kidding? Trogdor and Strongcat.
The Terminator.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So what this is, to properly visualize this movie, it's if Teen Girl Squad was made by like Salvador Dali, set in Japan, and a horror movie. Which is something that's physically impossible. But
I'm struggling to follow how that gets there, but okay.
There's like 7 girls that go on this adventure, and they literally have Teen Girl Squad style identities. Like there's the ugly one, there's so and so, there's the cheerleader.
What's her face?
Yeah, like they literally have they call each other in the movie by the weird identity that they have been associated with.
Okay.
And then it's really, really freaking weird. There's like body parts flying in the air and like cat playing a piano, and it's just
And it's like anime or
no live action. It's
great,
so
even better.
crazy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Body parts flying through the air,
worth
live
noting
action.
that this movie is not just like a shitty B movie. Like, do you know what the Criterion Collection is?
I don't. I'm sorry.
So it's like filmy, snobby films people collection of movies of like films, not movies. And but legitimately, it's like
who's the hipster now? Come on.
I'm a snob about everything. No, but it's like an assortment of really important cinema is what it's trying to be. It's trying to be an archive of cinema, and that poster is actually the Criterion Collection box set release. Like they put out a version of that. Okay, too much time. The one below it is Dawn of the Dead, but it's a LP from Claudio Simonetti. Oh wait. Okay, so that's a Claudio Simonetti Goblin poster from Profondo Rosso, which is a Dario Argento film from the 70s. I love film. It's another. By the way, I nerd out about like a lot of different things, and I go just as hard about all of them.
See, you make me look bad because I love movies, and I see a lot of movies, and I care about which movies I see and which I don't see. But I'm not like film history means virtually nothing to me unless it's like starting at when I was born.
I don't control what stays in the brain. These facts are things I just read at some point and they stick.
Sure. Okay.
But I love Dario Argento. And have you ever seen the movie Suspiria?
Yes, actually. Yeah.
Well, which version? The 2000, like the 1978 version, or 77 or whatever it is, or the like 2018 version?
2000 something version. Yeah, much newer.
Okay, very wildly different movies. I love both of them, but the original one is like a candy-colored nightmare. There's no logic to it. The plot doesn't really make any sense. They're not trying to make sense, and every single frame is like vividly colored with gels over the screen, so that it's like everything is blue or everything is red, and it's a surrealist nightmare movie that is amazing.
It's a whole PCP trip of a film.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yes. And I love that director, and I love the score for it. It's like Halloween's coming up soon, and I call October Spooktober because I hold a month-long horror movie film festival every single year for the last 25 years.
Epic.
And like how real and tangible that is varied a lot over the years. When I was in college, I was renting out lecture halls and having 100 people come and then hosting a whole thing. But like last year with COVID, it was me sitting and watching 30 movies on my couch.
Bonks. Let's go. All right.
But my favorite, like my Halloween music, my favorite Halloween music that I put on is Goblin's score to Suspiria, the original version, because it's just this like incredibly creepy prog rock from the 70s. And it's spectacular. And I got to see that man perform live like a few years ago when he was in his, I don't know, 70s, 80s. And he's this adorable little old Italian man that has like 20-something-year-old Italian people that are actually still rocking out with their prog rock metal. And he's in his little like coat. Anyway. Okay. So he also did the score for Dawn of the Dead. And I love that poster. And that's what's going over there. And then what do we have here? American Werewolf in London. John Landis, one of the defining werewolf movie. Like what werewolves look like in cinema is because of that movie, and it has amazing practical effects. I love practical effects in horror movies, and that was 70s and 80s. And that is my favorite poster of all time. And this is a reproduction of it because the original was a European 6-fold one sheet that was they cost $4,000 on eBay. Oof. And so I found a high quality reproduction. It happens to be autographed by David Naughton, the star of that movie, and he wrote Beware the Moon on it. I'm not an autograph person. I get that some people like to collect things. I don't care at all about the fact that it's autographed. I just wanted a good version of it. And the last one is Amelie, which is like my favorite feel-good romantic.
I've seen Amelie.
That's the Japanese Chirashi release for the poster. Their poster art was so much better than American poster art. And it's
And
just a really
Amelie
cool
is a French film, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Okay.
is. And yet the Japanese poster
So you
for
have
it
a
is
Japanese
incredible.
poster for a French film in your home
Yes.
in Portland. I love it. That's great. I'm
Yeah,
really
that's
glad I asked about those things because that was way deeper than like, yeah, I like Ghostbusters.
I just watched Ghostbusters again literally a week ago, and I love that movie so much.
Have you
It is
listened to the Joe Rogan podcast when he had Dan Aykroyd on? It's a
no.
great episode to listen to because Dan Aykroyd genuinely, like, Ghostbusters might as well be like a biopic. He like believes wholeheartedly in extraterrestrial life and ghosts and
Really?
all of it, and his whole family. It's like it is a thing in the Aykroyd family apparently.
Whoa.
Really interesting listen. It's from a while ago. I'll have to figure out what episode number it was for you. I'm sure if you Google Dan Aykroyd, Joe Rogan, but it's like a couple hours of Dan Aykroyd. Like, yep, it's all real. It's great.
Oh no, I would love to hear that. I had no idea. That's actually a very fun quirk.
It adds a fun element. I think
Yeah.
I watched the movie once after listening to that. It had to be close to a year ago, maybe even more. But I watched the movie again, knowing like after listening to that podcast, and I watched the movie in a different way than I had before.
And you just know that he showed up on set and he didn't even read a script. He's just like, "Oh my god, ghosts, guys!"
Yeah, let me tell you how it actually works, and then we'll just pretend it's happening. Like,
He invented the ectoplasm stuff on the spot.
probably, yeah.
Yeah. That Ghostbusters thing is actually not a poster. It's the only time I have ever framed a puzzle. That's a jigsaw puzzle.
Interesting.
And I didn't like laminate it or anything. I just put it in there because I still want to be able to take it apart. But I love the artwork for that so incredibly much. It's by this artist that does like almost exclusively heavy metal covers. And so it's like album covers. And so it's like, yeah, it's like really intense and all little tendrils everywhere like that. But it's vivid green and it's that "Are You a God" scene from Ghostbusters. And I just love it.
That's an interesting segue because I feel like I remember hearing you say at one point that you actually started your knife channel kind of because you planned on starting a puzzle channel. Do I remember that correctly?
Sort of, like pretty darn close. I wasn't
like you
planning
had
on
all the
creating
equipment because of it or something.
Yeah. So I wasn't planning on making a YouTube channel. I never thought I would make a YouTube channel. But what basically, I've always been a jigsaw puzzle nerd, and like long before COVID, I was collecting accidentally is the word, I guess. I was accidentally collecting, and not that it was an accident use. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I started getting these wooden jigsaw puzzles that are laser cut, and they're just so cool because the pieces are not standard jigsaw shape, and they have atypical borders, and they often have these things called whimsies, which is like pieces that are shaped like an object you would recognize. And they're so much more fun to me than a standard jigsaw puzzle. And I loved standard jigsaw puzzles. So this was just like a really fun thing for me. And so what I started doing is recording. I wasn't recording time lapse. I was like, for the longest time, I was just taking photographs as I was going and stitching them together into the end to make an assembly, so you could just kind of see the puzzle coming together.
Sure.
And I was sending those to just friends and family members and stuff like that. And everyone liked it so much that they said I had to keep doing it, but I kind of wanted to do it anyway. So I was like, okay, but it was a pain in the ass trying to take the photo and then later in post crop them and readjust the angle because I couldn't hold them perfectly straight and try and get them line up so the assembly GIF would look good. And so I bought the equipment to hold my camera actually with like a tripod and a boom arm so that I could mount my phone. It's
tabletop style.
Yeah, above, like a top-down view of my coffee table. And I bought that stuff like a week and a half before I got this shadow in the mail. And I said this in my Five Knives video, but basically I got this coincidentally in, I think, the second
drizzle.
Sprinkling. And the first one was only 3 people. So I was within like knife number 4 through 6 of anyone that got them. And so people were asking all sorts of questions. And I realized it would be a lot easier for me to be able to explain stuff about this that people were asking questions about if I could use both of my hands to do something like this in person. So for example, something that the river lock does differently than a lot of axis locks. A lot of axis locks, the radius on this back part of the spine here is a perfect circle. And so if you look at the positioning of where this bar is, as you slide this, it stays exactly where it is
Until it's locking into place
until
or
the
the blade
very
is
end.
closing. Yeah.
Yeah. And the river lock is instead a circle that is gradually raising. It's actually it's a spiraling out. And so the pin right here is moving back slowly as you move the knife.
Wild. Okay.
Uh,
It's subtle, but I'm seeing it.
yeah. And this is the kind of thing, like, I obviously can't do what I'm doing right now, where I'm holding the knife with one hand and moving the blade very carefully with the other, if I don't have both of my hands. So I was trying to explain this, and I was also trying to talk about why you might potentially try to do that. Like, what would be the benefit of gradually extending the spring over the course of the close instead of having it all be at the end, and why that's like an actual engineering improvement. And so I wanted to film that crap, and I went, oh, I literally just bought a phone mount. And I dragged it over, set it up next to the place I was using for the work from home home office during COVID, and filmed that video, like that short little thing, and I put it up, and people were like, oh my god, that's so fun, you should put that on YouTube. And I went, so then I sat and thought about it for a while, and I made a video, like a full video about this. I did like a small details deep dive, which is on my YouTube channel. It's one of the very first things I uploaded. But I posted that originally just in their Facebook group.
I saw that post in the Facebook group, yeah, which is one of the greatest Facebook groups that exists, by the way.
I have left most of the other groups that I've been in because they're either not that interesting or they're just full of trolls and people that, and they're not working hard to maintain a positive environment. And I don't know how they managed to cultivate quite the atmosphere that they did, but TRM's Facebook group has such a positive atmosphere that it's self-reinforcing. When anyone is in any way bad, people are really, really quick to shut that down, but in a polite way. Like,
it's a cultural difference in there. It's not moderators or admins. It's self-policing. Yeah.
I talked to Marianne about that specifically, and I think what's going on is large part the fact that she was a school teacher for a long time. I don't think she taught like in a regular like middle school or something like that. I think she taught like kids with maybe special needs or something. That she taught in a different environment, but she taught teenage boys in a classroom environment for years, and that requires a very certain kind of, you develop a skill out of necessity to create an environment where group community is positive. Like, yeah, your goal is to make each individual kid learn something, but so much of that is how do you foster a space where people feel comfortable to learn, where they are encouraging each other instead of bringing each other down. And so like being a classroom school teacher is an amazing training to being a community builder.
Yeah, that's a really interesting insight. I didn't know that, but it makes a lot of sense now looking at it in that framework.
Yeah, I think that has to be at least how she knew how to start the seed of that. But so much of it is now, there's like 4,000 people in that group at this point.
Yeah.
And so much of it is that people are so taken aback and kind of blown away by how positive it does feel there that they keep it a positive place. They're like, no, don't tarnish this. I want this to be my safe place.
Yeah.
But yeah, I posted that video in there, and I had a bunch of people message me direct message me. Like, people commented on that, but I had a couple dozen people direct message me and say, hey, create a YouTube channel. I would like to see that. And I still really strongly didn't want to do it because I've heard almost nothing but horror stories from people who let YouTube creation consume their lives. And the way that my brain works and the way that I want to deep dive into things, it's part of it's like ADHD, part of it's whatever, but it's really hard for me to half-ass anything.
Mm.
And that kind of like give it everything, all of my attention, all of my focus, all of my energy is a natural inclination for me. And I didn't want YouTube and that pressure to always be generating content to be controlling my life.
Yeah.
So I was really apprehensive. And I talked to all of my friends, like the people that actually knew me, and said, do you think that I could do this safely for myself? And I had a couple of friends that really strongly encouraged me to do it, under the pretense that I'm able to do it in a way that's still fun for me.
Yeah.
And so that's part of why I've really made a point of telling myself, like, even it is true, but I've made a point of telling myself I don't care about growing a channel.
Mm-hmm.
As long as I can convince myself that that is true also, then it's a lot easier for me to not care if 2 weeks went by before I posted something.
Yeah.
Or to not like be on some kind of cadence. I will say though that like go all in, dive in headfirst thing means that I probably need to give myself some kind of cadence, because if I don't, then it means that I am thinking about that stuff all of the time. And I'm not like delineating my time thing like, oh,
whereas if you know
2 weeks.
you've segmented it, and when I get to this point is when I can let myself focus on that. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that's this thing that's, I think that's like part ADHD. And I know that's probably a thing that a lot of people don't need to have, but that's been the hardest parts of working from home for me, is that like without having that clean delineation of when I'm going to work, and now I know mentally and physically I'm in work mode now. My brain just wants to be on. And so it's a hell of a lot. Like I was reading resumes, yesterday evening. I was reading resumes because we're hiring someone on a team and I'm going to be doing some interviewing. And the resumes were so goddamn boring. And I had right next to me a browser window open with a bunch of different tabs of things that I wanted to go look at from the knife community. And that like is so much more interesting to go over there.
Yeah, I think honestly, like the way I look at it, a lot of people have asked me a bunch of times since creating my YouTube channel, like, should I start a YouTube channel? I've thought about it. My answer is always yes. Whether I even think that I would want to watch the person's content or not, the way I look at it is very much like, it's like the question of, should I start an Instagram? And it's like, if you're interested in a thing, like if someone is into knives and not on Instagram, I feel like there are things that they're probably missing. But there is a very important component to it where it's like, you should also know what you want to get out of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, yes, start a channel, but before you post that first video, think about what you want to happen when you post that first video. And if your goal is just to have fun with it, I have friends who started channels around the same time as mine, or since mine, or before mine, or whatever, who I talk to a lot, who the reason they do YouTube is because it's a hobby and nothing more, nothing less. Some of them still post a ton, and it's because it's fun for them to post.
Yeah.
And it's like they feel like they're getting more out of it than they're putting in, or at least the same amount. And it's an outlet, and it's all those things, and they find it positive. For other people, that's way too much because they have a different balance and a different personality type and all of that. And so I think just like you creating that Instagram where you're just looking at a specific breed of dog because that's what you want out of it, like, great. That is a healthy way to use the platform. And you're just taking what you want, and nothing more, nothing less. But it's the same thing with, I think, any platform you go onto or any venture you go into. Like, if you don't know what you want out of it, you're probably going to come out of it with something you don't actually want or need, because like social media is a powerful drug in a lot of its own ways. And so just diving in head first and seeing what you end up with can be some scary things, you know. And if you know yourself and know what you want, then it's just easier to like separate it.
Yeah. So I spent like a good month and a half deliberating over not what I like between saying I probably am going to do this and actually doing it was like a month and a half, because it was a lot of thinking and introspection about whether or not I really trusted myself to not get caught up into it and go into a version of it that wasn't fun for me. But I talked with a bunch of friends about exactly that. Like, what do I want to get out of this, and how do I approach this in a way that I'm getting what I want out of it? And what I want, like, I don't care at all about being a reviewer of like the latest Civivi knife or something like that.
Right.
If Civivi's putting out something that's particularly interesting to me, I've got right here, I haven't even unboxed it yet, but this is that Kiwi. It's the tiny little O-stop Hell double detent slip joint thing.
Yeah.
And that's
The
interesting.
Kiradashi type of thing, right?
Yes, precisely. It's interesting to me because of how they're doing their double detent and how it's different from the way that other knife companies do their double detent. And I also just love little box cutter knives. And I have what is effectively the exact same knife here in the best tech form. Ostap designed effectively an identical knife for all intents and purposes. This is a tanky little titanium frame lock version. And so the fact that was also interesting to me, be able to explore the same designer doing the same, ostensibly the same knife, but at two very different price points. Like that is also interesting to be able to see what happens when you knock $80 off of a knife, but still try and make the same knife.
Right.
So like that's interesting to me. But I don't have any particular interest in being the person who gets the new arbitrary knife and then tells people, should you buy this or not? In part because there's a lot of people already doing a really good job at that. World doesn't need another one, but also that's not interesting to me at all.
Right. Like, I love it when I find a knife that I'm actually interested in and I'm one of the first people to get it. That's fun for me. I'd be lying if I didn't say that it's fun to be one of the first to get something, but I totally agree. Like, there is so little of me that cares about, like, because this knife is coming out, I should make a video. No. Yeah. There has to be something to pull me in. Otherwise, I won't enjoy the process at all.
I just got, like today, I bought one of those baby banters. And I got it because I like small knives and it looks like a really practical knife.
I love the baby banter so far. Yeah.
Yeah. But like, I don't even know if I probably will. Like, there's no harm, I guess, in filming something for it. But I don't even know if I will film something for that because it's not doing something nerdy. Like, the content I want to actually create is about novel knife engineering. And this is a novel design as an extension of how he adapted it from the past one. And if I had a banter, it probably would be fun to hold them up side by side and talk about the evolution. But like, as a whole, I got that knife because I think I'm going to actually like using it, not because I think that would be interesting content for my channel. And that's another thing. I've tried really hard to not look at knife purchasing as, would that be good content for a channel? Because I don't care. Like, I know I don't care. And the moment that I feel like I care is just that, like, pressure creeping in. And the moment I pause at all and go like, wait, do I actually care about that? Is no, I don't at all. And so far I haven't been doing this super long. I started my channel in May and I only have like 25, 30 videos up. And so I haven't been doing this that long, and I don't post on a super regular cadence, and I'm not trying to be the person that has the first video out. And so it's not like I've had that many chances to say, should I buy this or not for the channel? But so far I've not bought anything just because I thought it would be good for the channel. It has to be something that I would actually like the Kiwi. I love this little box cutter knife in a tiny version of it. I might end up giving it away to a friend or something because I think was going to end up being a better version.
Sure.
But it is a knife that I would like. And I just recently picked up, this is the Kaiser Genie. This is like a knife from, I don't know, 2019, 2020, something like that. Sure. It's not new. Like, me posting a video about this is not going to be like exciting new content for the channel. But why I wanted this, in part, was because I liked it a lot, but in part because they're actually doing a tremendous amount of really good, impressive things at a price point that is kind of mind-boggling. Because this is like the action on this and the way that this is able to fall, like I just showed, like that this is free falling down in the way that a knife, it behaves very similarly to my Brown Cortex, which is like an $800 knife, and this is like $140. So all of like the internal milling they're doing, they have a really well implemented detent ball ramp. There is a detent ball ramp on a $140 knife.
Yeah.
So they're doing enough things that makes this interesting to me in general, but also it's interesting that they're doing that at that price point. So what I really wanted to check out is what's wrong with this knife. Like, how are they, like, what corners are they cutting that allow
Yeah.
them to
How'd you
pull
get
that
there?
off? And I don't think there's really anything wrong in that regard, but I will say the big difference between a knife like this and the folks that are doing it at a much higher price point is they're pulling off this drop shut action like that by having a really light detent bar, and
Sure.
that's going to be true. Like, this haptic falls shut because this is a very light detent bar. That's the number one contributing factor. The difference is that the haptic is very carefully tuning its detent ball engagement and how, well, it's not a detent ball in the haptic, but is tuning its detent engagement so that that light pressure still doesn't sacrifice a firm detent.
Right.
And this has like no detent whatsoever.
Yeah.
So that's the corner they're cutting, is that like really careful understanding and tuning of how do you make a detent still good even when your lock bar is light.
Yeah. One of the guys that I got into it in the comments with recently, it just made me think of this, is in my Oz Machine Company Roosevelt review, which I'd hold up, but it's loaned out to Left EDC right now. This guy commented basically saying like, this knife isn't worth the $500 that it costs or whatever. I'd have to look back to know exactly what he said, but that was the gist of it, was like, this isn't worth it. Like, anyone who buys this is getting ripped off. And I was like, first of all, completely disagree. Like, what would you say is a better knife to buy at the $500 table price? Because people are paying $1,200 to $1,500 for that knife on the secondary all day long and are glad to do it. So to me, knowing that information, it makes the $500 feel really good. But even if I removed all of that, I love that knife so much that I think if you put me in a vacuum chamber and all I knew was my own sensation and didn't hear any of the hype, I'd still feel like $500 was a great deal for that knife. And this guy was firing back and forth with me. And basically, I think the like point he was trying to make was that you can get a titanium frame lock knife with potentially even better steel, depending on how you would rank Z-Finit, which is basically LC200N. Which I would agree. Like, I would probably prefer the Roosevelt to even be in a different steel. It doesn't bug me, the steel that it's in. But anyway, this guy was like,
it also has a cool factor that it is like, I would rather it be Van X, but it's cool that it has that uncorrodability thing.
Great. It doesn't bug me. But so this guy was like, you can get a titanium M390 frame lock for freaking, I don't know, $150. And it was like, yes. Like, why does that mean that this knife isn't worth 500? And he was like, well, it can't be worth more if you can do it for less. Like, obviously he could make it for way cheaper. And it's like, no. Like, there are a lot of things that contribute to the cost of a knife. And to have a dude in a garage in Indiana doing this by himself, like, that all adds to the value. Like, if you have a mass produced knife that costs $150, if you actually hold it next to a Roosevelt and know what you're looking at, it's unreal, the sensational difference of what you can feel between those knives. And it's like, don't get me wrong, I love when I find a knife like the Kunwu Tao is a great example. I pre-ordered that knife for $134 or whatever it was. I ended up selling it because a guy messaged me asking if I would. But that knife for $134 that I paid was amazing. It had a Damascus pivot collar. It was nice finishing all over it. The action was good for what it cost. It's not a Roosevelt killer. And it's interesting because I think there's just like kind of layers and levels to like the minutia of knives, of what makes them intriguing and interesting. And part of why I dig the way your brain works is because you look for those things that so many people miss on, like, what could make $1,000 knife worth $1,000, and it will be worth it.
Is it titanium and is it a frame lock? If that's like the only, that's the level at which you're able to compare, then they're interchangeable. Then why on earth would you spend $500 for it?
You wouldn't.
It takes a very specific awareness in the first place, and then appreciation to understand why these two knives that even look very similar and behave very similar, like why this is $140 and why this is, $600 to $800 depending on what you're getting.
Yep.
And they are wildly different knives. Yep. But at the surface value, these look tremendously similar. They are about the same size. And if what you want is a knife that cuts, and that's
there's the age old, well, they'll both cut things the same. It's like,
great.
Great. Yeah. So will your butter knife if you go put an edge on it.
I was just going to say that, or if you just push hard enough.
Yeah.
I think that this steers into a direction about what is the value in a knife. And so much of it's intangible too. Like, that's another thing. You were just saying that it's a single guy in a place in Indiana. And a lot of people just wouldn't give any shit that
and they don't have to. I'm not asking them to.
And so if that's not something that you find compelling, then it's never going to be an increase in value to you. Some people get a sense of satisfaction from supporting artists and from supporting makers. There's like almost a patron of the arts kind of thing in your brain that you feel good about it. Some people want to be supporting just handmade craft. Some people want to be supporting American-made craft. Some people would pay $500 for that knife because it was made in America. But if that same $500, like I just got this Sting, and this brand new was a $665 knife made in Poland. Well, that's not America. Like, right. I mean, okay, if it depends on what your criteria is, but there's a lot of emotional impact that goes into it too, for sure. But then there's all of the, like, it's the diminishing returns, but like when you train your brain to detect something, you're developing a palate effectively. And it's the same thing with like I have a huge wall of whiskey, and I can tell the difference between a $20 bottle, a $40 bottle, a $60 bottle, and a $200 bottle. But above about $200 with Scotch, you're spending $200 in bourbon, you're kind of crazy to begin with. But above $200 in Scotch, like there's no, actually, honestly, with bourbon above $40, there's no meaningful, discernible quality difference. There is kind of, people are going to give me shit about that, but it's all about, at that point, nuance and what you want out of it. It's not better, it's different, and you might like something one way or another. And like, I don't personally like 40-year-old Scotch because it's a version of a flavor profile that doesn't appeal to me. I prefer younger, bolder whiskeys. Same kind of thing. Like, there is a point at which, like, the difference between a high-end production versus a custom knife, it's the production, high-end production, something made by Riot or something, is honestly probably going to perform meaningfully better. It's probably going to have tighter tolerance. Like, if you're reaching Riot's production tolerances in the custom world, you're spending $2,000-$3,000 on a knife. The like customs that aren't CNC customed, but like the actual handmade customs, they're in the 300, because you can get a Wells custom. I don't know how that guy is doing that, but you can get a custom made knife, handmade knife for $300. Blows my mind. But up to about $2,000, they're being made by hand, which means they have flaws to them, and some people want that. Some people like want that, to be able to see the subtle variation, but it's not going to.
The quirks are evidence of its handmade nature to some people. Yeah.
And if that's exciting to you, like that's that whole like patina crowd in the leather world. Like I also have nerded out about like leather boots and footwear and stuff like that. And that ability to see the hand touching the object is very, very appealing to a lot of people. And people will pay more for that, even though it's like technically reducing the quality in some way.
Yeah.
For me, in the way my brain works, I am willing to pay a lot of money for something that is done really, really cleverly, or if it's done like honestly, this knife is not a knife that I would use just as a user. The shape of it, everything is a little bit longer than I would want. I have used this knife and it came to me used, so I didn't feel any I'm never gonna like beat this thing up. But it came to me used, and so I felt perfectly comfortable. I wasn't like I was going to put the first scratch on it or something like that. Although I don't think it really has scratches, and it has a stonewash finish. I love user finishes, but I get so much satisfaction about being able to see the way that this hidden flipper tab hides right there, and it's such a weird and interesting way of doing it, and the way that it clicks into place just perfectly. No one else does that. And so I was willing to fork out the money. I don't know how long this will stick around in my collection because I don't have infinite money. I have to sell things to fund new things.
I'm the same way. Yep.
And so I was willing to fork out the money to experience it. And I like it enough that it's still here. But at some point, it's going to go after, probably, I assume it's going to have to go away because I want to experience something else. This was a very big purchase for me. And so I will probably end up having to sell something like this to be able to make anything other purchases.
Yep.
But seeing how that worked and being able to feel it click in person and see the angles of everything up close was worth it to me. And I also know I can resell it. Like, that's another thing is like, if you are buying knives sensibly, you can tell what knives maintain their value, where, like, what is the depreciation curve. I bought this Shiro. I have two Shiro Neons, and I bought this one at what is effectively the bottom of its depreciation curve. This, I don't remember how much this cost new. They don't make this particular model anymore, but I bought this. I think it cost me like $450. And
really good deal on any Shiro, but
yeah, exactly. It's never going to go lower than that unless I physically break it. Like that's as low. I could probably sell this for profit. Pretty confident. It's in good shape and everything. There's no snail trails. Doesn't matter. Point is like I saw an opportunity that was as low as that's possibly going to go. So even if I make exactly as much I get out of it, it's never going to go less than that. Yep. Whereas if I bought it brand new, or I don't know. So like the market on those Roosevelts, it's a production knife. Like he's making more and more. Eventually, it might take years based on how hyped it is, but eventually those prices are going to come down. And if people are comfortable spending that kind of money now to experience something like that, and it could easily be worth the $500-800 markup that they're paying to not have to wait 3 years of trying at a lotto book spot or something like that. I get how people can use their money to buy satisfaction now, kind of thing.
Impatience is powerful. Yeah.
Yeah. But like at some point, like I'm going to keep trying to get a book spot because I want one of those. I want to feel one of those. I want to play with one of those. I think I also would just really like it as a knife. So I want one to keep, I believe. Yeah. But I'm definitely not willing to spend the aftermarket pricing on that. And
I wouldn't be either.
Times where I would. Like,
yeah, I'm very similar in the sense that like ever since I got into the level of the hobby where I was participating like on Instagram and Facebook groups and stuff, it became really intriguing to me to figure out, like, especially in the beginning when I didn't have much money to be throwing at the hobby and I didn't have a collection to be selling and trading to get into stuff.
Yeah,
it was like
to move.
yeah, it was like, what can I buy that's a really good deal compared to what it costs new? That's like actually a good knife. It just doesn't have hype for whatever reason. And so it's a good deal. And I would find deals on Reddit and just on Instagram and stuff by searching hashtags. And I'd buy knives that were like you said, just kind of at the bottom of that cycle. And that was a super fun way for me to experience knives. And then it became like just a part of my thought process in researching any knife, where some knives make all the sense in the world if you can get them on the drop, because it's a pretty sure bet that they're going to be difficult to get after, and they're going to at least hold their value, if not cost more. And you don't want to pay more. You want to pay where it's low. So sometimes that's right when it comes out and you got to be quick. And sometimes you miss. It's a whole game that some people hate, some people love. It's the way it operates. But then there's other stuff where it's like, if you get it right when it comes out, you could find out 3 days later that to try to sell it for $200 less, no one wants it. Like that
the
kind of
whole
thing
you
can
drove
happen
it
too.
off the lot kind of thing.
Exactly. So being able to like read what's going to do that, what's already doing that, makes buying for me a lot more fun. And it's not that I've had a perfect success rate, but by far I've come out either broken even or slightly above way more often than I've taken losses on knives, because I just also set criteria for myself where it's like, I'm not a gambler. Like if I'm in Vegas, I might put $1 into a machine for fun to say like, cool, I gambled while I was here. But it's not like, I don't know, the few times where socially, if I'm at like a poker night or roulette or whatever, if I've played, if I come up $50, like great, I'm done. Like it's very easy for me to not get sucked into feeling like I have to, you know, and I think that's where it gets dangerous, is people get so wrapped up in like, oh, this one's a sure win, that even though I don't want this knife, I can't miss it, because if I do, then it'll cost more after. It's like, you didn't want it either way. Why does it matter? But learning to like have your own tolerances and watch things and be patient, or be ready to jump at things when the timing is right. It's a delicate balance, but it's a lot of fun, because much like you, my collection's kind of a revolving door. I get asked all the time, why did you sell that knife? It's like the same reason I sell most knives that I sell, to fund the next knife that you see me unboxing in the video
Because I'm
tomorrow.
not a millionaire.
Yeah. And it's like, I've sold and traded so many knives that I adored, loved, would love to keep forever. But my wallet's not a bottomless pit. Like I have to keep it going somehow. And that's also part of the fun of it too, is it like, it forces this level of refinement in the collection, where there are some things that I can't bring myself to let go of. So then I have to get creative and think about where the real fluff is. And it's like, if I need to, I know there's a knife show coming up, or there's a drop coming up, and I need $800 for whatever this knife is that I want to be sure I'm ready for. It's like, where in my collection can that come from? And if I'm not willing to sell the $800 knife I just got, that would make most sense to do it for, then I got to find it some other place.
You got to add things up somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've also been coming from this perspective of like, I said I didn't want YouTube to overtake my life. I also don't want a knife collection to overtake my life. I've gotten a very small number of my in real life friends into knives, but for the most part, the people around me don't want to hear about knives all the time. And so I need to not absorb me in that regard, but I also needed to not absorb my space. And like, I don't have a hard rule about this, but right now I'm trying not to really overflow my knife storage spot. I've got these drawers here, and that's great. And at the point where I run out of stuff there, like even if I don't need the money to fund another knife, I don't have anywhere to put it. I can't keep it.
It's a good rule. If you can keep that up, I've tried it a number of times and I just end up getting new cases. But
yeah, like I kind of like these right here are some kind of filing cabinet storage drawers. I think they're meant for like paper. And I remember at the time when I got them, I thought like, oh, and they're stackable. That means I can add it. No shit. I'm just going to add another one on. I know I'm just going to add another one. I grew up with a collector dad. And that's part of this, is that like my dad has always had like hobby obsessions. And we kind of joked about whether it was a hobby or obsession based on like how much of the physical home it took up and how much of his time, how much money, and etc. But like my dad collected antique radios for a very, very long time. And he is also an engineer, and I get why it like piqued his brain in a specific way, but he filled the house with antique radios. And I'm not joking. I mean, literally like 900 antique radios, and each one is big. And it's just literally, we lived in an antique radio museum. And then he kind of lost interest in that hobby and moved on. And right now he has filled the entire kitchen with about 300 orchids, because he also is like a botany person.
Crazy.
And yeah, and I grew up in that, but I also see so much of my dad and myself. Like I know our brains work very similarly, and there's a part of my brain that wants to like. I sent you a picture of the liquor wall. I didn't intend to have a liquor wall. In my last place, my liquor shelves they were a portion of a wall in a much bigger room.
Mhm.
And so it looked like I had some liquor shelves. But I moved 2 years ago, and now, because of the way that this house is set up, it's an entire wall in a relatively small living room. So now when you walk into my house, it's like, oh, it's a booze room.
Yeah.
And I already feel very strongly like I've tipped over that point, like that my dad did, where now you can't exist in my living room
Now
without
you're
being
a
very
speakeasy.
aware. Yeah, it's like it's a lot. And even when I warn people, like the first time they come into my place, if I warn them ahead of time and even give them like a bottle count, it's still overwhelming the first time they see it, and they go like, oh,
Oh, yeah.
oh, that's a lot of bottles of liquor. Like, oh, okay. And I kind of hate that. I kind of hate that I like am making people uncomfortable when they come in. It's usually lighthearted and it's like fine.
Yeah.
But there's a part of me that makes me feel uncomfortable about how far I've gone in that.
Mm.
And I'm like, there's a reason. I haven't watched it yet, but I saw you just posted a video today about a
The
display.
display. Yeah.
And there's a reason why I don't have a display case. Like I'm trying hard because of growing up in a home that was a display case for my dad's obsessions.
Mm.
That's not the only reason. If my dad ends up watching this, sorry dad, I love you. But oh, by the way, that's a really funny thing. My parents subscribe to my YouTube channel, and
Amazing.
they don't comment on my videos. My mom sends me like Facebook Messenger messages, like reviews of my review.
Amazing.
It's the most mom energy thing. It's so incredibly sweet. I love her to death. Um, but yeah, like I wanted something to organize them. I wasn't trying to display them. And actually, it was really difficult for me to find something that fit stuff because so much of it is a display case. So much of it is a
Mhm.
glass top, something other, and it's a point of pride. And I get it. They're cool looking. You love them. You want to see them. And so many of them are
Yeah.
beautiful and interesting. I get the desire to show them off 100%. But I didn't want my space, especially because I knew, knowing myself, I'm probably going to get a lot of these. I didn't want my space to be like, knife world everywhere, and I so easily could become that.
Yeah. See, I feel like I naturally have to have a balance about that because my wife wouldn't allow me to knifeify our whole place. It's very, very like feminine in our whole apartment because it just matters less to me than it
Yeah,
does to her. Um, but I think, yeah, we're also in a small apartment. And so there's not like an extra room that I can call mine. Like it's all very like our space, the whole
yeah.
apartment. Um, but the display case that I just got, it was kind of like for a while I've wanted to cross that line because I've only had like Pelican style
Yeah,
cases
yeah,
where
yeah.
everything is like closed up and they're very effective for storage, but it's like part of me feels like it's a bit of a shame to have some really, really top tier, in my opinion, knives
You've
and then to
crossed
hide them
over in
away
the
all the
last
time.
few months. Like you've crossed over into a place where you have knives that are absolutely worth showing off. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I get I mean, I at this point I feel like I do too. Like even this thing is amazing enough that I think
That brown is beautiful. Yeah, you've
I'm
got some
proud of
crazy
it.
nice pieces.
But at the same time, like there, I haven't let myself do that yet, where it's like an actual visual showcase for
Yeah,
me.
I think I said in my unboxing of that box that like it feels a little bit wrong to me sometimes that in like the kind of top row of my knife case, I've got these wonderful, gorgeous, beautiful knives, and then they sit tucked away in there, and
Yeah,
no one really sees them. And then not that like random people are in my apartment to see my stuff anyways, but they're just hidden away. And then they come out of there and they go in my pocket where they're mostly hidden away unless I
yeah,
deliberately pull it out to show somebody. But it just feels like proper at a certain caliber to me to like show them, and
yeah,
I don't, but I also, I get that a lot of that is like the way you describe being raised plays into your psyche about it. Because for me, my dad, kind of the same thing. He collected guns and knives. Those were his things, but he didn't like display them all over the house because my mom wouldn't have let him. So it was like in the garage, there was a little bit of a man cave where there were two
mhm,
giant safes and a whole thing, and there were racks of ammo, and it was like great. Like this is the man spot. This is dad's stuff, and I always thought that was so cool. But Maybe if in our next place I have a proper like a my office room or something, then I'll curate like
Yeah.
making something. But
that is such a luxury to have the physical space, like especially in California, but just anywhere where there's housing pricing type stuff, like to have the physical space to have uh and like not even a man cave, just like a
a man
place for your
corner,
hobbies, you know, or
I'd
just
take a
like a hobby
corner.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I say I think the reason why I went for a flat drawer type thing instead of those Pelican cases, specifically because while they're not visible right now, like I can just go like this and
As you
look at
slide
my
out.
knives.
Hmm.
And I can just stare at them more rather than having just look at their butts and just have them pull out of the thing. And so it's a little bit more in that direction where I can kind of ogle them if
Yeah,
I
I am a
want
butt guy to be fair. So
to.
yeah, it is. It's interesting. Like, I don't know. It's rare that I have an occasion to show like a whole case of my knives to somebody because that's a weird thing to do to a person
Yeah.
unless you're already close with them. But like at USN, I brought my 20 knife case and I had 20 of my favorite ish knives in there. Um,
And
and
you're also surrounded by people that they're the most in the like of all the people in the world, these are the most that want to see your top 20.
exactly. And so like at the table in the Cove with the friends there, it was fun to have those there. But in that case, it was like that was a downfall of the Pelican style case where in a way it was kind of fun though, whereas people are like, what is this one? What is this one? Like they're only seeing a hint
Yeah.
of it and then it's a surprise when it comes out.
Yeah.
But it's different when it's like, here they are, it
Yeah, I
there's
think
minutia to
the
that.
mystique of not knowing immediately does give you that kind of reveal moment in a way,
Mhm.
but there's something so kind of impressive when you see someone's picture, for example, of their collection. It's all laid out in a specific way, and you're seeing them all
Yeah.
at once, and you're like, oh my god,
Well, things seem nicer depending on how you plate them too, right?
yeah, absolutely.
Like literally if you think about it in terms of food, like if you take a
Mhm.
really nice steak and you put it on a paper plate versus like an overdone chicken breast and put it on like a gorgeous plate with it looks properly presented, it's like which one seems like the more expensive meal? The paper plate isn't going to win.
That goes to the back to the Instagram thing. Like the people who are doing those really impressive lightings and like everything like that, like that is brilliant marketing for knife companies that there is
Yeah.
this whole ecosystem of people who make gorgeous, very compelling, beautiful looking photos of their products.
Yeah. Sometimes
But
I hate on like there's the whole like pirate thing and I'm friends with a lot of the guys who are like pirate dudes on Instagram. But at the same time, like there was a moment where like I think kind of at the start of that like pirate EDC account wave where there was a
yeah,
lot of people doing it from Pete's Pirate Life who sparked it or whatever it was, where all of them had the CRKT squid, like all of them. And that was just the knife that was like whatever video Pete's Pirate Life or whoever it was did that was like EDC photography is fun. Like here's the knife, you need to do it. And then there's an affiliate link or whatever. That was what was pushed. And then that's what all these accounts who were doing the same super dark, moody coffee beans and a Pete's Pirate Life coin and anchor stuff, like those shots. But then you
uh,
got these people who were really already oftentimes talented at photography and interested in it and trying it, all using the CRKT squid. So there's this flood of pictures of a knife that I had no interest in. None. I
yeah,
still have no interest in the CRKT squid personally. If you like it, good for you. But like, it doesn't do anything for me. But then there
yeah,
were all these pictures of a knife that like they were better pictures than some people who are really into collecting were
yeah.
taking every day. Terrible lighting, their hand isn't steady, it just like set on their couch of a $3,000 knife, and it's like the disparity between those two things is really funny to me. But
Yeah, and they're better quality photos than CRKT would ever be putting out in terms of their own product marketing, even
right,
like those are professionally made things. And but it's funny to also just like that, like it's so common to see like a $3,000 knife, like laid out on your wrist next to your watch to show your new watch, new wrist knife day thing. And there's like so little energy and effort that goes into that, but that squid is getting this like masterclass shot stuff going
right.
on.
Which again, if it's fun for those people to do the
Yeah.
hand dump picture, do it, like by all means. But there is a difference between like good photography and understanding of lighting and composition and framing and all that, that like I think should be commended when it's done really well.
I think that's one thing that with YouTube also, what a big difference between channels that are enjoyable to watch and that aren't is the literal audio and video quality of the product. And so many people are recording on just like whatever their camera can pick, like their cell phone's picking up, and it has just such harsh audio quality that it's literally hard to listen to it for 20 minutes because it's grating on your ears.
Yeah.
Or they'll have really, really crappy shadowing everywhere because they don't like they're hobbyists that are just doing it for fun, and great, but it's never going to be as pleasant and good of an experience as if you actually take the time to figure out how to arrange your desk lamp to point at it in some way.
Right.
And that's a level of like studio photography at home that a lot of people wouldn't even think to do.
Mhm.
But it makes such a big difference on how engaged you're going to be watching that video. Like, it might be fantastic content about it, but because it's so, for lack of a better word, poorly shot, that you have a hard time caring about it the same way and wanting to keep watching, even if what they're saying is good. And so every
Yeah.
now and then I'll see these channels that are small, but they're putting in like a lot of effort in their editing and everything like that. And the video comes off as this thing that's like, holy crap, this is like a professional commercial for this in terms of quality. And you've got 300 subs and like, you're not, how do you find the time in your life to put this much energy in? And just like learning how difficult and time consuming video editing can be if you're trying to do anything even remotely fancy. Like, I have a huge new utmost earned respect of that kind of video, because my God, I know how
It's intense.
frustrating it can be to do all the little tiny minutia edits.
Yeah, I'm the type of person who like most of my editing consists of me trimming like 3 seconds off the beginning where I turned it on before I start talking, and then trimming off a half a second at the end where as I'm grabbing the camera, sometimes it takes it a second to register, and then I'm like making a weird face or whatever. So I'll like cut the end of that off, and that's usually it. And like,
yeah, you sometimes cut in B-roll though.
sometimes I'll put in B-roll, but even that is like real simple for me to do. It's not that difficult. I'm not like jumping through many hoops to get it done. And it's like, but that was a deliberate choice where the cadence of how often I wanted to make videos, it was either I make less videos and I put a lot more time into each one, or I make a lot of videos and I just let them be what they're going to be. And hopefully people see it as authentic and not lazy, but it's kind of both. It's
like Metal Complex does the exact same thing in terms of what he's putting out there is just a raw and unedited 20 minutes of him talking. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be no fancy editing, anything like that. And that's a necessity if you're going to be posting multiple times a day or even one time a day. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of channels that do that same level of effort. And what makes one good or bad is whether or not someone has developed the skill to speak eloquently enough. Eloquent is a kind of a misleading word there, but speak eloquently enough and have them off the cuff actually be good. And that's something that I've always been blown away by your stuff. You seem like you are very good at just speaking. Like, you speak articulately. And you told me one time that you were, you think your videos run long, but I'm consistently amazed at how, when I walk away from your videos, I feel like they were packed with a lot of information. And then I look at the timestamp and I'm like, oh, that was only 15 minutes. If I tried to say that same stuff, it would take me 40 minutes. And so that just like ability to speak concisely, but also articulately, and also in a way that's pleasant and compelling. Like, I like MC's videos, and they're completely obviously low effort, but he's so experienced at talking and has enough personality and character that is naturally entertaining that him just low effort talking is still worth watching.
Yeah. I think everybody has their own different, like, not only personality that they can bring as a content creator, but everyone also has different things that they want to view, right? So like, for me, the easiest way to compartmentalize like content creation, like me being the one doing it, is just to do it the way that I would most naturally be inclined to watch it. and then simultaneously letting go of all of the negativity that could come from people who prefer it a different way, and just seeing it for that. Because like, I don't know, I think it might sound relatively cliche in a way, but I feel like I know who I am internally.
Yeah.
Like I know myself pretty well at this point. 29 years old. I've been through a lot in adult life. I've had to come to grips with who I am as a person. So for me to talk about
Yeah.
something that I care about, like knives, that I'm actually thinking about genuinely, it's really easy for me to talk about it. If you asked me to do a 20-minute video on a subject like makeup products, it wouldn't go well. You know, like I would bumble through it. I'd talk in way
Yeah.
more circles. I still talk in some circles, but I would not be confident in my ability. And it's not even necessarily like confidence in a prideful way, but it's just like, I know who I am, come what may. People will like it, other people won't. That's fine. And I think
Yeah,
when people put
confidence
too
is the
much
right
on it,
word, but a lot of it is also just comfortableness, like you said. Like
sure.
it's a sense of assuredness in what you're doing and who you are, that you don't feel constantly like you're second guessing how you're saying things and whether or not it's coming across right and are people going to
Yeah.
like it and everything like that. You're just talking
And
because you're enthusiastic about it.
who do I have to answer to is the other
Yeah.
thing, right? Like there's no rules for this. Like one of the things I had to think about starting Left Concepts with Ryan was like, what does that mean for my channel? Like, can I still review knives even though I've designed and marketed a knife of my own? It's like, in some ways that might be kind of a gray area. And then I was like, says who? Like there's no committee that determines who can
Yeah.
review a knife and who cannot. Like
Yeah.
any knife designer could also review other people's designs, and like, come what may, you know, like
If anything, having gone through that experience gives you such a better insight into the end product that other people came to, because you know what it takes to make a knife actually functional. And so when you
hopefully.
see a knife that isn't functional in some way, you can pick up on that much quicker, and you can empathize also with the person who went through that same process, and you can tell when someone's cutting corners and being lazy versus
Yeah.
when someone tried their best and it just didn't work out.
And I do think there is an empathy that comes with that. It's almost like part of why I mentioned earlier, when people ask me if they should start a YouTube channel, I always say yes. Just always, like, yes, you should. Absolutely. All you need is an email address and a phone that has a camera on it. Do it. Start. Like, that's the type of encouragement I usually give. And part of that is genuinely because I think it's almost like when you're still relatively young, I think most people should work either in retail or food service for a little bit, because you treat retail workers or waiters and waitresses totally different generally,
Mhm.
unless you're some kind of sociopath, differently when you've been on the other side of that
Yeah.
transaction, right? And much of the disconnect I think sometimes content creators have from like viewers, if you want to call it that, is that I don't take the viewers seriously at all if they've never done what they're critiquing me on. I can't.
Mm.
I don't listen to coaches who don't play the game that they're coaching me on.
Yeah.
I have a resistance to that type of thinking. And so when people give me feedback and they're like, "Stop showing your face, show the knife more." I'm never going to listen to that. A, because I already know why I'm doing that, but B, 98% of the people who will say anything like that have never made a video about
Mhm.
anything. And if they
Mhm.
did, and I went and critiqued them on it, they'd feel differently than they do just blanketly critiquing people on something they've never attempted to do themselves. And so I think it's really good if people put content out there, especially video, especially where it's your voice, even more so if it's your face. Like, it can be a pretty humbling thing, right? And I think it can expose some insecurities that people have for themselves. And it's been really good for me. Like, I think when I started my channel, I already felt a pretty good degree of confidence and a surety in who I was, but way more now, because it's like I'm constantly putting myself out there. And it's not like I'm some
Absolutely.
celebrity figure that has a giant following or whatever, but from time to time, like when I bump into somebody in person who's watched a ton of my videos, and they'll say something like, "Wow, I feel like I know you." Like, it's a weird thing because they kind of do, because I'm
Yeah.
actually just talking. It's
Yeah,
actually
and
me.
part of what makes your content so much more compelling, in my opinion, is that it does feel like you. Like, it doesn't feel like a showman, it doesn't feel like a personality, and it doesn't also feel like a script that someone wrote. It does
Right.
feel like you're genuinely having a conversation, and a friend of yours is just telling you how cool this thing is, or why it didn't work out, or something like that. It does feel very much like I said before we started filming. I've been watching your content for like, I hate, also the word content really kind of feels weird to me still. I've been watching
Call
your
me an
videos.
influencer. It's all weird. Yeah.
Yeah, but for like, I don't know, about almost about a year, and because of your style, I do feel like I know what kind of person you are and what your personality is like, and generally what your mannerisms are and what your speaking style is. And I think probably for you, doing videos like this is kind of odd because there is that disparity. There's like, we're going in with different understandings of each other, and
Hmm.
I am way more comfortable with knowing how you speak than vice versa. But I think another thing is like, I know that you're going through job transition stuff right now where you're looking for new jobs, but like,
Mhm.
you have effectively a resume in public speaking because you have
Hopefully.
such
Good
a
or bad,
proven
come what
track
may.
record of being able to speak articulately on the off, like, just like on a whim. Like, that's a skill set that is really, really hard to have intrinsically. It's something that you have to work at to build. Like, that's why there's all these like public speaking practice courses and everything like that. And I don't know where you're going to end up in terms of what kind of job you do, but you have built a skill in being able to speak articulately and earnestly, and that is rare and hard, and it's hard earned, and you have earned it. So
I appreciate that.
I hope you get to use that in whatever you end up doing.
Yeah, we can talk offline about what there are things that I can't share publicly yet,
Yeah.
and nothing is certain. It's still very much up in the air because some of the decisions that need to be made are very big ones. But um, I plan to do something that fits into this that I've been doing for the last year and a half way more than I plan to look for something that fits into selling cars and stuff that I did before doing this. I have so little interest in the types of jobs that I had before that it's kind of astounding now looking back at them that I allowed myself to do them. And I
Yeah.
feel like I've found a pretty good stride of something that not only do I like enjoy, but I've been doing it now in somewhat of a professional sense, treating the channel like a job for a while, but also like, I don't know, there's this intangible, like, I've never felt passionate about something before that I've done
Yeah.
like I do about the knife industry and
Yeah.
specifically content creation within it.
Hmm.
Just like toots my horn in a way that things haven't before. So hopefully I'll be able to secure something that's within this realm because that's where I'd be happy and also where I feel confident like I haven't in other arenas. Like I've never been a terrible salesman. I've been a decent or to pretty good salesman in most places that I've been, but I've been atypical because I hate typical sales tactics and stuff like that. And it's just never felt like the right fit. It always felt like I was the odd man out in it. And so
Yeah.
taking a role that's more marketing focused and content creation and that kind of thing is way more exciting. So
I
hopefully you're
I
right. My resume is good and not like, oh, that guy, we've seen what he does. We don't want that here.
I think if you can actually make a career out of something you find exciting and passionate about, that is the single best way to have work-life balance feel enjoyable no matter what level of the spectrum you're on it too.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of ways that making something you love a job can ruin something for you, but it all depends on I think that happens a lot less when you're in the creation space. Like,
Yeah.
I grew up around computers. I've always been around computers, and it's something that I knew I loved in my personal life.
Mhm.
But because the way that I engage with it for my professional life is around constantly creating, it means that I never feels like a chore because it's tickling that same kind of exercising the creative energy in my brain mode, that it's still inspiring.
Mm.
And that when you do find a sense of passion and connection to what you're doing, it's so much more fun to be spending 8 hours a day because it's like actually exciting. There have been
Right.
times where I stayed late at work because I was like plenty of times because I was so enjoying the process of what I was doing, the problem solving that I was doing and the creation that I was doing, that it like I wanted to be doing that. I would be doing that for fun at home. And so if this is doing that for you, then absolutely I hope you can find that.
Yeah, that's the goal. So we'll see if it pans out, because the other side of that is it has to check a lot of boxes in terms of what it brings in and what it accomplishes in a more tangible sense. So I can't just take a job that seems like it'll be fun because it'll be
Yeah,
actually fun
there's
if it
practical
doesn't.
realities.
Yeah. And when you've got a wife and a kid and like you want to make advancements in life and not just be stuck where you are, it's like there's a lot more to a decision than will I love this? But yeah, hopefully it'll go well. We'll see. I'm confident at the moment and feeling pretty good with what's in front of me that it could end up panning out pretty well.
Well, that's cool. I don't know how much longer do you want to keep talking because it's like 10:46. But I have also. How old is your kid? I want to know.
She's 6, 6.5. She'll let you know. She's in February. She'll be 7. So yeah,
She's one of those people that like really holds to that half year.
yeah. I'm sure, like most people, the people grow out of that by a certain age. But yeah, that's 6.5 is how old she is, and she's hilarious. I was just last night I did a podcast with Bob, the knife junkie DeMarco. That'll go live this Sunday for people who are watching this when it comes out on Friday. But he was asking me, I think it was before we started. I was a few minutes late to it because I had some daddy duty stuff that just came up. And so I was like 15 minutes late and I hopped on. We were talking about kids for a minute. He's got a 6-year-old as well. I hope that's common knowledge now that I just said that. But I think he's
You
talking
just
about
like
his
mildly doxed his kid.
I don't even know his kid's name, but
Yeah.
it was funny because we bonded over, like, we both got a 6-year-old, yada, yada, yada. And he asked, he's like, how does like she feel about you, like knives? Like, is that a thing that like she relates to you on, or is it a big disconnect? And it's funny because my kid's 6, like that's not that old, right?
Yeah.
She's remarkably intelligent, though. She's in 1st grade, and we do homeschooling with her. And so she's already, all of her courses are 2nd grade level. And she just did her testing starting the year. And she could literally pass the 2nd grade starting 1st grade. Like if she just stayed the same. She's really intelligent. And she's also like socially really intelligent at picking up on
That's really
people's
fun to see.
moods and stuff.
Yeah.
And so because she knows knives are important to me, starting when she was like 4, she literally will make a point to ask me about a knife. Even if I just pull it out, she's like, "Oh, Dad, is that a new one?" Like she wants to give me opportunities to talk about it. And
That's
then,
so sweet.
yeah, and whenever it is a new one, she has to name it. That's like her thing. She loves naming things, and she's really good at remembering names. And I forget a lot of the ones that she gives to knives that I get. I feel bad because she'll just name it some random thing. And then later she'll be like, "Oh, is it that one?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's the name we decided on together." But like today I opened up my new J Cape 3.5 that I'd pre-ordered, and it has a lightning bolt clip, and it like looks kind of lightning bolty. And so I was like, "What should I name this one?" And she's like, "Lightning Shooter." And I was like, "Great, this knife is forever Lightning Shooter." But that's like how she
awesome.
connects to me on that level. And
Yeah.
I know that it's meaningless to her. She doesn't care about knives. Like she doesn't actually have interest in them. But when I get a new one, she's like, "Oh, Dad, can I hold it?" And she's like, "I know I have to hold it closed," but like she like has this whole etiquette around treating it like it's my hobby, and she cares about it because it's my hobby, which seems so
That's
advanced to me.
incredible. Yeah, that's incredible. Like that level of understanding and recognizing what is important to other people at any age is hard to find, let alone as
Right.
a child. That's
It
really,
makes me
really cool.
worry like that I'm doing something wrong to her, that she's feeling like she has to overcompensate. We're good parents. Don't get me wrong. Like we're doing our best here. But sometimes the level of advancement she has, I'm like, am I like damaging you into being this good? Like, how are you
That's a
so
really
pleasant?
odd take because most parents would be like, obviously, I'm doing such a good job because I'm raising this kid into being such a good kid. And you're like, am I doing something backwards?
No, she's too good for me. That's for sure. Yeah, we hit the kid jackpot. But You don't have kids, I don't
No, I
think.
don't have any
Okay.
kids. I live in a duplex, and my neighbors, like my immediate next door neighbors, when I moved in, had a 6-year-old, and so
Oh,
I spent
right.
the last 2 years hanging out with her, and she's such a freaking cool kid. She is like very wicked smart, but she's also at this stage in her life where she wants to be involved in a very helpful way. And so like it's impossible for me to take groceries from my car into the house without her like running out and trying to hold the door for me and grab stuff. And she just wants
Yeah.
to be involved. And that's such a sweet thing. She's a very funny, cute little kid. But
Such a cool stage for sure.
I have a friend, close friends of mine that live out here. They're kind of like my adopted family out here. I spend holidays with them. Because my family's still back in Pittsburgh area,
Mhm.
and so I'm not gonna go like spend Christmas with them. So I spend Christmas with these other people, and they have 3 kids now. Their oldest is 8.
Mm.
Then they have a 5-year-old, and I think like a 1.5-year-old at this point. And their oldest is a girl, and she is the most like wicked smart, clever in a dangerous way person I've ever met.
Mm.
When she was like 5 years old, she was playing these strategy games with adults, and I was at this board game day, and there's this game that was meant for children, and the idea is this like a kind of resource collection game. You're supposed to build like a ship or something like that. You're getting these
Mm.
cards, these tiles that like you would then make your ship, and you have to put certain things on your ship, and then it's meant to be a collect your pieces that are your color game. Like that's how
Mm.
base is meant to be. And she was playing it as like almost like chess. So she realized that she could disadvantage herself in the short term in a way by collecting other people's pieces that would prohibit them from being able to win ever. And so there was this
Amazing.
point where like she's playing with all of these adults, and most of them, because of just like how their whole setup is, most of them are like PhD people that are like very brilliant. They're incredibly smart people.
Mhm.
And she's playing with these very intelligent adults, and there's this point where she just goes, I've won. And they're like, no, you didn't collect the things. She's like, well, none
None
of
of
you
you can
can
win.
win. And they all went, what?
Amazing.
And then she explains the strategy and how like you can never physically do that, and you can't never do that, and you can't do that, and you can that. So it's by default, I win. And everyone was just like,
Whoa.
whoa. And she was like 4 or 5 years old at that point. I
Amazing.
I am I'm kind of terrified to see because I think she's going to become a supervillain, maybe. Like it really depends. If she goes down a bad route, she's got that kind of like cunning.
Could go either way, you know.
Could go super.
Sometimes people can use those powers for good.
I'm also very. It's going to be fun because she's kind of like lawyer talking her parents. Like she's like logicking out why she should get her way out of things, and she's
Mm.
really good at it. But like her parents are also really good at that. And so I see them have these conversations when this little girl is just a child, and it's like a better and more articulate debate than most adults have. And
Yeah.
so at the point when that girl becomes old enough to actually have opinions that are dangerous, like like she wants to go do something that could actually be harmful to herself, it's going
Right.
to be really interesting seeing how they navigate that dynamic.
Yeah, see, there's that's a thing that we've tried to manage with our kid because she's really good at explaining things, and she's really good at, it's not like emotional manipulation, but like playing to things that she knows about people, right? And
Mhm.
so sometimes when she asks for a thing, she'll make it personal, and she'll plate it in such a way that it seems advantageous for you to give it to her as well. And so it's like just as simple as something like wanting a snack, where she'll just use different tactics all the time too. She's like changing it up. Like today she came in and she was like, so it's totally okay if you say no to this. I'm really just asking. Like it's not a big deal. But I was wondering like if it would be okay if I had just a bowl of Cheetos, not 2 bowls, just a bowl. And again, I'm just asking this. And it's like, I mean, for the way you presented it, yes. Like
You've earned it.
I feel like I should reward that in some ways, because it's like she's learning to navigate certain skills, and it's like
Yeah.
if it makes you a better negotiator in adulthood, like cool. I think you should get your way if you're good at that. And it's
Yeah.
like she'll do these things that it's just like I don't know where you're even picking that up from. Like, but yeah, kids are crazy in that way where yeah, sometimes they just have these like inherent things about them that seem so like, I don't know, not from me, not from mom. I know
Where did
you're
that
not
come
picking it
from?
up from watching Disney Channel. Like, how did you get that in your brain?
Yeah.
And yeah, an answer would be interesting, but I don't know who actually can say they have one definitely.
So I have a question. I
Mhm.
want to go pee. Is this should I hold it for a little bit longer and we end, or do you want to keep talking? I have nowhere to be.
It's up to you. You tell
Okay,
me,
I'm gonna
you're
go
the
pee.
guest.
I'm gonna go pee
Okay,
then.
cool. I'll mark the time.
Okay,
You're back.
I'm back. So yeah,
Um,
I don't have kids or anything like that, but I've always wanted kids. I hope that's something I get to do someday. I think I would love to be a dad. I think the like a lot. I've always liked kids, but I've also always loved seeing the way kids see the world and getting to experience the world through kid eyes. Like kid logic is so weird and so unadulterated by like reality beating down on them that they get to see the world so purely and creatively, like in a way that like every time I've ever had a conversation with a 4-year-old, it's like I love the way your brain works. It's
yep.
amazing.
Yeah, I think there's something about kids, and you can get it from other kids that you're close to, but specifically having your own kid that, like, I don't know. I think perspective shifts are really healthy on a human level. The more that people can accomplish seeing through new eyes, filters removed, filters added, like getting a different perspective on the world around them, I think is a very healthy thing. And I think it's dangerous to get too locked in to a singular perspective and to just assume that that can be the only truth, right? And kids have a certain way of cutting through that. And especially when you love the kid, and you're wanting to relate to them, you're more open to it. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I became a dad pretty young. Like my daughter was born when I was 22, almost 23. So pretty young. My wife is 2 years younger than I am. So in a lot of ways, like we've kind of grown up. Part of our, like, those are formative years in early adulthood,
Yeah,
along
absolutely.
with having our kid as a small child. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I'd be such a different human being right now and forever if I didn't have my kid. But it's like, I don't know. I also know people who never have kids and are happy and are able to achieve enlightened thinking in many ways without having a kid. So it's not like I don't mean to pass judgment on people who don't have children, but yeah, it's all of the cliches, all of the things that parents say that are cheesy about kids, like are generally, I find, to be very, very true. It's just one of those things that, like, you can't experience unless you do it. And a
Yeah.
lot of things in life are that way, where you don't understand it until you're in it. And sometimes you think you do, and it's different in application than it is in theory, you know.
A large part of what has been always very appealing and fun to me is that kind of like teaching another creature the world and it's so different from any other, like people talk about how having a dog feels like having a kid to people that don't have kids.
Yeah.
Like like people are like, oh no, it's exactly the same thing, my dog acts the same way. And yeah, you can teach a dog something, but like humans are so much more capable of growth and expansion in that way that it's just so much more rewarding to teach another human something. I've always actually actually that's a very large part of why I created a channel. Even I love teaching. I love figuring out how to explain something to someone in a way that will make sense for them and click with however they're thinking about it. And it's been hard for me to translate that into the idea of how I would do that for YouTube, because it's like you're not talking to a specific audience. And what I
Right.
most enjoy is like I've been recording videos and sending them to friends about answering specific questions and explaining stuff to people because they have a very specific, like they have a certain understanding, they have a certain problem that they're trying to solve, and I love the challenge of breaking down where their understanding is breaking down and then figuring out how to translate something so that it will make sense to them specifically. And
Yeah.
that like aha moment in someone's eyes is so satisfying and rewarding. And since I have fun with the process too, to be able to get that payoff at the end as well is just like, I love that. And I think I was destined, doomed, whatever you want it to call it. I think it's a blessing, but I was destined to be an engineer. Like I have engineer brain in a way that I can't turn off. And so I think I needed to explore that path, but there's a part of me that would really love to be like a professor in college. I would love to teach like entry level physics. I loved that stuff so much. It was just puzzles for my brain. And I spent my time in college, like tutoring other people, because it was just very, very fun to make something that I thought was cool make sense to other people in a way that now they suddenly found it cool too.
Yeah.
And I think that so I honestly don't think I care about doing knife reviews per se. When I was thinking about what I would actually want to make when I made this channel was I wanted to teach concepts. Honestly, that's the kind of what I wanted to do. And I made all these drawings, and I haven't even put this video together yet, and it's been months. But actually, the fact that it's been months, I want to talk about that in a sec because I want your opinion on something. But I made all these like drawings of force vector diagrams because I want to make a video, and I'm going to. It's going to come out about everything you'd ever want to know about detent balls and how detents work, why you place them where you do, how you adjust them, what does it even mean to be an adjustable detent, how exactly they work, because a lot of people have a really basic understanding of how they work, but if you have, it doesn't take advanced physics to understand what's going on. When you have just a simple understanding of what's rudimentarily going on with a detent ball, it suddenly is no longer a mystery why something has a hard detent, or why something locks up when you put your finger on it, or why something, like why you hear the noises you do, or why something has rattle, or like all of these things are really, really pretty simple to understand if it's explained correctly. And that ability to explain that correctly is the challenge I want to do. I love that kind of thing. And so I also, one thing I really, really love is I love seeing people that don't think of themselves as mathy understanding a mathy concept, and then that kind of like reaction they have. So one of the things that I've experienced so far, and I haven't been engaging with the EDC community all that long, is I've had the experience of explaining some actual physics concepts and like math concepts to people who never once took math classes. And like their life took them down a different path, whatever, great. And they don't think of themselves as people that can understand these things, because there's this almost elitist attitude around the people who do know these things. Right. And so when I've explained these things, I've seen people have this reaction of like, oh, holy crap, I never thought I would be able to understand physics before. Yeah. And it's just so fun and satisfying feeling like you can convince someone that they're smarter than they think they are. Because one thing I love about the EDC community is that it's so much of it is engineer brain. Yeah. When I talk about engineer brain, I see it's like this, I have this process going on in the background that's constantly trying to optimize things. That's seeing the details, thinking about how stuff fits together and trying to make it better. And I meet these people who, because of whatever their circumstances in life, they're like a long haul trucker or something like that, they don't think of themselves as engineer minded people at all. But I then see them give this long explanation of how they've gone through 7 different multi-tool or clip things, or how they're adjusting, how they're keeping gear on them, trying to this subtle optimization and problem solving. And it is exactly engineering. Like it is engineer brain. Yeah. And so I can relate to them so easily, but they don't think that that's what they're doing. And so it's
just, it's a different language, but it's the same exact words. Yeah. I think the idea of like, I don't know, I've had opportunities in my life to teach in a number of different ways. Not as a literal sanctioned teacher, but some of them were like church related. Some of them were job related, and some of them were to other adults. Some of them were to children. Like for a little bit, I worked for a fundraising company where we would teach like leadership lessons in schools, and you'd teach like just a simple principle of like overcoming fear or whatever it is to kids of like K-6 age and stuff like that. I don't know. I find it's actually most difficult to explain or to teach things to like the younger the kid, the harder it is to break down something that's complex and make it simple enough that a kid can grasp it is like, to me, that's way harder than trying to explain to a peer who has a similar level of understanding about most things and get them on my page about this specific thing, right?
Yeah.
Or somebody who's learned how to learn for a long time and has been through a bunch of school. It's like if you've learned 7 languages, learning the 8th isn't that difficult. But to somebody who has a simpler mind developmentally, and to break something down so that you're still telling it how it actually works, but in a way that's understandable, is like so difficult. And on the flip side of that too, like the things that I understand the best inherently are the things that I've had to teach, because you internalize and then externalize the information so differently than if you're just studying for you, right? Like if I'm listening to something just because I find it interesting and I'm not intending to teach that thing after, I'm listening with totally different ears than knowing, oh, tomorrow I'm going to have to teach someone how this works. And so learning to look at things that way, I think people get a much deeper appreciation for how things work.
A large reason why I did do tutoring stuff in college. I did a little bit do like tutoring for subjects that I wasn't actively taking, but the vast majority of the time I was teaching stuff for classes I was in, because it was by far the best way for me to do well on that exam, because I couldn't explain it to someone else if I didn't understand it. And it was like, I was figuring out, making it make sense in my head as I was going. But like as a group, we would then understand it. And by the end, when I took the test, I was like, I know exactly how that works.
Right. It's pounded into you in a way that just learning, it doesn't accomplish the same thing.
The thing I wanted to ask you about, the thing that's been really hard for me about YouTube specifically, is I've done I guess, for lack of a better word, content creation, but like I've put stuff out there that was kind of teaching oriented in the past, but everything I've ever done has been in a platform that permits editing, that allows you to update, to if you realize you made a mistake, to go change it, or if you feel like you could have articulated something in a better way, you can go change the wording there. I've done a lot of website generation stuff, and you can always edit that. And the downside of treating YouTube as a educational platform is that you don't have that ability. And if I'm making a video about my feelings on a knife, who cares? Like if my feelings change later, great, feelings change. But if I'm trying to say something factual about an item or a concept, how this works, it's been really difficult for the perfectionist part of my brain to not get caught up on having to be perfect, to be completely accurate, the best way I could have possibly phrased that. And so I haven't made that video on the physics of detent balls, because there's something about that is prohibitive to me. Like I hate that I can't go back and edit it. And so there's this pressure for it to be perfect. And I find that that's been spilling over a little bit into the more casual content that I create, because that same thought process about the fact that I can't edit it later. So I've had to like actively work to let go. And I know that you do a different kind of content, but like, how do you let go of that need for perfection?
That's a really good question. So there have definitely been times where I have figured out something that I wish I would have said in a review after it's up and it's done, right? And part of me is like, I could write it in the description. Who's ever going to read that? It doesn't, like, just kind of is what it is. But even there have been times where like someone will comment on a video months after I put it up, and they'll say some point that I didn't mention in the review that would have been important. Maybe it's not even something I messed up, but it's something I left out or whatever it may be. And I'll even respond to their comment and be like, you're totally right. That should have been in there. But this was months ago. It is what it is. I think I've had to, maybe it is just as simple as saying, like, kind of let go of that. And I think people, to a certain extent, if they watch enough of my videos, if they're subscribed to me and they know kind of who I am, then they know that I'm imperfect and I'm openly imperfect, and it just kind of is what it is. There will be times that I miss things, and hopefully I'm humble enough and honest enough to, when I catch those, talk about it later. And if you watch subsequent videos where that knife comes up again, maybe I'll bring it up then. But yeah, trying to tackle, like, here's a good example where I did something similar to you. I did a video on Vanex, the steel, and in it I specifically said, I think Vanex is actually also tougher than LC200N in addition to having more edge retention than it. That was not true. It does not. LC200N is the tougher steel.
Yeah.
And that video is still up. A bunch of people have commented like, no, actually LC200N is tougher. And when I've seen those comments come in, I've been like, you're absolutely right. I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
But like, at the same time, that video is as much like informational piece as it is a timestamp for my knowledge at the time.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and I think kind of letting it be that is fine. If you learn enough new information, like if I keep learning more about Vanex compared to other ultra stainless steels that's interesting to me, I can make another video later, and I can, in that video, be like, great, now I have more people who are subscribed to me. In theory, more people will see this, and I can say and be honest, hopefully making me even more believable over time. When I did this before, I was wrong about this. Here's what I know now, and here's even more information to build off of. And I don't know, I guess I just have to, like, yeah, let go to a certain extent. And then when those things happen and my videos are imperfect, because they all are, just embrace them as being imperfect. And like, if someone else is right or more right or has new information, then like, great. And if it's staggering enough, it warrants a new video. If not, then it's like, cool. So a couple of people will see that I was an idiot about that one part of that video, and they're right in thinking so. That was an idiotic thing to say. So be it.
I think you made also a really good point of just setting expectation and being honest about the fact that you are explaining something as accurately as you currently understand it. And if you make a mistake, that's okay. And like I'm an engineer, but I am not a mechanical engineer. I took statics and physics courses and mechanical motion courses in college, but I didn't keep taking them. I haven't been doing it professionally for 15 years. There are absolutely things that I think I know that I'm just wrong about.
You're
And
going to learn are incorrect later. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. And hopefully people teach me that my fallacy in a very polite way. It won't happen to the internet. But I think just that, like, expectation setting is probably really important for me to excuse the possibility of mistakes and not. Part of the thing is that I do speak. One of the things that's really, I'm starting several sentences. One of the things that's been really weird to me about this YouTube channel experience is, like, I'm 35 years old, and I've had plenty of opportunities for people to hear my voice, and I've never once had anyone comment on it, ever, positive or negative. I've never had anyone say anything about my voice. But I've been making videos for a few months now, and I have received a lot, like, at least by my standards, a lot. I've had like 20 people explicitly tell me they like my voice. And that's been very weird to me, because I personally think I wouldn't think I like my voice. And I think what's going on is, I think what they mean is they like the way I speak, not like the actual resonance of my voice, but I think they're saying, I like that you speak like relatively articulately, you are enunciate, you have, you speak in an authoritative way. And that's pleasant to listen to, rather than, I mean, there's a reason why people talk down about up talk at the end of, like, it doesn't sound authoritative in a way. And so that ties back to what I was just saying, in the sense that, like, because I am trying to present things that I think are fact, and because I'm saying them in a way that just kind of comes across as very authoritative, I run even more of a risk of coming across like I'm saying this is the absolute truth, and then it's like harder to come down from that.
Right.
And so maybe just relaxing my tone a little bit as I talk about stuff.
Well, I don't think you have to feel like you need to change the way you present information because that's part of who you are. I think the more I think about it, it's more about realizing that a lot of people who are going to watch you aren't going to take you that seriously. Some
Hmm.
are, but
Hmm.
some won't. And so, like, I think it's about how seriously you take yourself, right? Like, are you making that video because you want the audience to believe that you are the authority on the subject and you want them to respect you for having made those points? Or do you just genuinely think the information is interesting and worth sharing and
Yeah.
you're going to share it the best way that you know how? If your
Yeah.
motivation is so self-serving that it's about, I want people
Hmm.
to see how intelligent I am, then that's harder to be wrong about.
Yeah. Yeah.
But instead, if you take yourself a little less seriously, you back
Hmm.
away from it a step to look at, like, what do I want this video to accomplish? I want people to understand this like complex thing because I find it interesting, not because it
Yeah.
makes me look smart, you know?
Yeah.
And if you approach it that way, then it's way more okay to find out
That,
you were wrong about a little tidbit of information, or because you said something in a way that like wasn't quite as clear as you would say it now thinking back on it. Like, that's fine. You were in the moment trying to describe something the best way you could, and you did. Like, if
yeah.
you actually feel like you did your best, then post it.
I think that you can also tell when someone's motivations are that way. Like the people who are going into it for ego, it just comes through in their delivery and their mannerisms and everything, and you can tell that they are trying to, and because it comes across as talking down to you. And
Yep.
the opposite, when someone is just enthusiastic and excited about something, that's so much more compelling. And I fortunately, like, that is 100% my motivation base, and so I I think it comes across that I'm just excited about stuff. um I do I like like Shabazz always calls himself not a brilliant man, and that kind of playful acknowledgement of your mistakes is, I think, an important part of an identity, especially since people know that he is like a PhD something or other and that he is smart. Like, to the fact that he makes a point about not taking himself seriously,
Mm-hmm.
I think is a really valuable part of the persona he's created. Like, whatever his YouTube identity is, he's thought about what he's doing and how he's putting himself out there, and he makes him more relatable for sure. That he's openly not taking himself seriously in the moment on a regular basis.
Yeah.
I know that finds it more endearing to me too. I think I come across as playful and stuff. I have a very playful mannerism in general, so I think people don't find me intimidating. I hope. I've gotten
Yeah.
that kind of feedback in general from people in my regular life and in like my career and whatnot. That has served me wrong in other directions. Like, for example, I have a baby face and I have a youthful mannerism, and I'm just kind of nice to people. And so I've definitely had people literally refer to me as an intern at work. And not even like long ago, like within the last year, I've had someone think I was an intern.
Oh man.
Um, and so there's that aspect where, like, my unintimidating demeanor means that I don't necessarily get the like career respect that I, and that's the thing, is like, respect is a really specific word there. I'm not looking for respect, but I'm also actively don't want disrespect. And there's
Sure.
difference. And I'm not looking for people to treat me with reverence in my job because of how long I've been there and what I do. But you can tell when people are actively disrespecting you because of what they think you are and what they think your position is.
Of
And
course.
I have definitely gotten that for sure.
Yeah. I think honestly, a big motivation for me from the get-go on my channel doing it like a face camera instead of tabletop was, A, I just don't vibe as well with watching tabletop. Like, it gets old to me relatively quickly because it seems kind of one dimensional. There are settings and certain types of videos where I feel like it probably is arguably the best medium. If you're looking for specs and that kind of stuff, great. Um, but that wasn't what I wanted my channel to be, nor what I found that I most
Yeah.
wanted to watch. But on the other end of that is also like, I wanted people to be able to see not just hear the words that I'm saying and see my hands moving, but see my facial expressions. And when I take a pause, what expression is coming with that? And, like what things am I actually struggling to form words on? And you can see the struggle physically, or like the body language and all those things, I think add to the experience.
A
And
crucial part of communication.
right. And so it's interesting because I'm not even saying that's the only way, but like a lot of the, I think, worry that people will misunderstand, I relate to a little bit less, because I feel like I'm putting it out there in a way that it's like, if you misunderstand where I'm coming from, or you think that I'm doing it for ulterior motives or whatever it is, then like you can kick rocks because I'm putting it all out there,
Yeah.
And so when people are, I don't know, determined to misunderstand me, sometimes it seems, and they make it known in the comments, it's very easy to defend myself, because it's like, again, I know who I am. I know what types of videos I make. A lot of the time people will comment on a video that I don't even remember what I said in it, but I'm so sure about who I am and my memory of the knife and like all that. I'm not going to rewatch that to see if the little snarky remark they had was based on something I actually said. I don't care. It's very out there and open. And I think, I don't know, maybe that's because it's me and it's just my personal experience, but that's like the healthiest way I can think of to put content out there, where I don't have to worry that people will misunderstand me, because if they do, like, I already I already did it in the most transparent way that I could for the medium, separate from being in the same room and actually being able to talk to each other. Like, I don't know how to make it more cut and dry with the way I feel and presenting my opinions compared to presenting facts, and you can see me do it.
Yeah, I mean, a large part of that does really boil down to the type of review that you're trying to give. Like, you're not doing a specs measurements type review. And so since what you're talking about is your experience of it, what it feels like and how it made you feel and whether or not you liked it, that's the kind of stuff that you are communicating a sentiment, and you're communicating an idea, not a fact. And that kind of thing is so much easier to communicate when you can see body language, when you can see face. And trying, like, imagining one of your type of reviews, that specific type of content, if that was filmed top down and you're just seeing the knife the whole time, that would be so weird and cold feeling in a way. And so I think, given the type of content that you're trying to make, the way you're going about it is by far the best way that you could do that. But it's very funny to me that, like, people, I get it. I get why they do it, but it's very funny at the same time that people don't pick up on that difference in the content here. And they would say, show your face less. Like, there's a degree to which, like, yeah, like, you need to be able to hold the knife up enough that people even know what you're talking about. And if you're talking about like a specific part of it, you're very good at that whole, like, make the camera focus thing. But for the most part, when you're not talking about a tiny detail of the knife, you're talking about the way some aspect of it functioned or felt, or how it, everything like that. And that's the kind of stuff that you don't need to be looking at the knife in that moment for.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And I just, obviously I agree. That's the way I do it. But yeah, it's funny because I feel like there's, on every like venture like this, when you're putting yourself out there in some way, I'm realizing now that this episode is becoming very like the minutia of making content. So hopefully people find this interesting, but
I'm sure they don't, but
there's in my experience, way more positive feedback than there is negative. But I think the human condition lends us to feel the negative feedback way more strongly than the positive. And so for all of the like just constructive comments that I get frequently, which I appreciate and I try to see and at least like and heart and all that stuff, like the ones that are negative, even though they don't like bother me on a personal level, I just remember them more. They just like, it sticks out more in your psyche when someone's like, the number of times that people have said like, shut up already and just show the knife when I'm doing an unboxing, or like, knife gets shown at 6 minutes in, you're welcome everybody, like all that kind of stuff. It like sticks out more. But the way my brain works, it makes me in the next video want to like, oh, you're mad I didn't show the knife until 6 minutes in. Like, we'll go for 7, you know?
See if we can hit 7.
It makes me want to, out of spite, push back. But
Yeah.
there's an element that, like, for me, I think it just boils down to like having to, I don't know. It's this dichotomy, because in life I try to be really, really open, and like I try to be humble to the level where I don't ever want to believe that I know everything, even about a very small sliver of a subject. I want to be open to new information being presented, and that when it does, I'm ready and accepting and able to listen to that new information and take it if it's true. Like, I hate the idea of being locked in to a certain type of thinking or being or whatever that may be. I tend to be pretty decisive when I feel like things are true, but there's a level of openness, right? But when it comes to content creation, it's like I've had to shut so much of that off and just like, this is the way I'm going to do it. And you opt in to whether you want to watch it or not. So I don't feel bad if you don't like it. Like, and compartmentalizing it in that way has made it a lot healthier for me, I think.
I think it's also just like, this is your YouTube channel, and there's literally a million YouTube channels, and for knife content there's thousands and thousands of YouTube channels. And so if someone doesn't connect with the way that you're presenting it, great, move on, like
go elsewhere.
And like the funny thing to me is like that whole providing feedback on how you should do your stuff. If they don't like it, I mean, maybe they genuinely think they're providing constructive criticism, and that, 700 videos into your channel, you're going to go, oh, okay. And that's
just switch it all up.
And for like a very small thing, maybe, but like the notion that you would just completely change how you want to do things because of that. Why? But regardless, why do they care enough? Like, there's such a sea of other stuff they can go listen to.
It's a lot easier to tell someone else how to change than it is to be the change, right? To like actually do the thing. Like, that's always a go-to challenge for me of somebody who has way too much criticism, like way more than I feel they should have. It's like, please make a channel and do it the way you're telling me to do it. And it might even work for you. I'm not even saying like, oh, that'll fail for sure, but like, you do the thing you want to see then, because I'm doing the thing I want to see.
Yeah, and that's the same, like, if you listen to any of Shabaz's videos, but why he started making content is because he said he was trying to make videos that were the kind of content he wanted to see. And that's the exact same thing you said. And I hope that's what I'm able to do too, because that's what I want. Like, I wanted to find content about how this stuff worked. And so I started teaching myself how it worked, and I wanted to explain it to other people. And so largely the types, and they can even in this context, like, as much as far more than I enjoy the concept of teaching something, I love learning things. And so a large part about why I wanted to make the kind of content that I did that is like loosely educational is because the kind of content I enjoy the most is educational content. I like stuff that makes me learn something new. And that thing you said a moment ago about, like, it's just factually true, no matter what level of expertise you have, that you don't know everything. And there is stuff you don't know. And so it's important to have that awareness, but also you need to approach everything that way, or else you don't get that opportunity to keep learning. And I want to always be continuing learning. So like, part of it is that I want to make content that is the kind of content my brain likes to nerd out on, because I would like, if I could have found that video earlier, I would have liked to have seen it, kind of thing.
Yep.
That's what's fun.
Absolutely. So, all right, we've gone a long time at this point, and we talked about way more not knives than we did knives. So why don't we end on a subject? I scribbled a note earlier about tactical knives, because we brought up the subject of tactical and that whole thing in the industry, how there tends to be a certain type of knife bro who's really into only tactical stuff and nothing else is worth putting in your pocket. So I feel like I've shared some thoughts on tactical knives before. I've been chewing on it even more recently, because I get the application of a tactical knife. Even like I'm somebody who fundamentally believes in a right to defend yourself, regardless of what tool it is that you use. I think I have the right to defend my own life and the lives of the people that I love. And a knife is a tool to do that, whether it's the most effective or not. Like people can debate all they want, but I think it should be an option. So the idea that there are some knives that are built for self-defense is kind of where I think of tactical knives actually being. But I had a really interesting conversation a few months ago with some buddies in a group chat about like the actual definition of tactical, and it's not about self-defense. And it's not at all, I'd butcher it if I tried to say it, but it's not at all even like what the marketing of tactical knives is, because it's meant to be frankly really featureless and just as streamlined to do a specific job as, like, that's what tactical means, right? It's like
Yeah.
no extra markings, no extra features. There is a use case and it's specific, and this is what accomplishes that. And instead, tactical has become like Molly Velcro patches and like combat boots and mall ninja stuff, right? So when you've had a resistance to like the tactical world of knives, where did that resistance come from? Why is it there? And like, what's your gripe with tactical knives and the way they're presented?
So I found it interesting, like literally in your sentence just a moment ago, I was a little bit surprised that you were defining it in your own mind as related to self-defense,
Mhm.
because I've always known that that's a part of it. And that's a part that I don't particularly have an interest in. I don't
Mhm.
live a life that needs self-defending. Like I don't live in a dangerous area. I'm not in a physical threat. And I personally don't have an interest in that kind of activity. Like it's not appealing to me in the same way.
You're not training
Um,
for it. You don't find that
yeah,
it's something you want to engage in. Totally fair. Yeah.
yeah. And so, but like my general concept of tactical as like as a neutral term is that kind of efficacy focused,
Mm.
and the extension of that with all of the Molly patch, the framework, everything like that. What that it feels to me is like an efficacy, a preparedness for efficacy that isn't realistic.
Mm.
Like it's like
It's like cosplay.
it's preparing for circumstances that you aren't in and you won't be in. And so part of it comes across as this out of touch with reality feeling. And I don't mean I think people are like delusional or something, or even that I think that they're like cosplaying. Like I it's just it feels there's a false feeling to me.
Mm.
And it's not a rational thing. Like I'm thinking, oh, you're being silly right now. It's more of just like a kind of a basal feeling where I can't connect to that in the same way. The
Mm.
people who are taking it in this really kind of militant direction, I find that off-putting because that's just not an environment I want to be around. Like
Mm.
I don't want to be on guard at every moment. I don't want to be in threat mode at every moment. I don't find that appealing. But mostly it's just something that doesn't click with me. So I'm not personally like, yeah, I'm not a military self-defense. I'm not in any of these kinds of communities in because of the activities I do or anything like that. I understand the appeal of them, and I can also understand how if you actually did have training in something, how having that equipment on you would be more appealing.
Mhm.
But the part that feels the most false is the part that is kind of a charade, the poser-esque aspect of it, where you don't have any training. This isn't a life you live. This isn't something you're prepared for, but you just think it's cool, and so you kind of playing that part. But the reality is I'm not equipped to judge which people are in which camp, and I also don't really care which people are in which camp. So I try not to go into it with this like, are you a faker or are you actually like some OG Rambo? At the end of the day, I just don't want to really be around fighting, like I just
Mhm.
that's not an environment I want to be in. So I mostly just have like I'm not interested in being here kind of reaction.
Right. Yeah, I think when I observe it, a lot of it, there's this inherent like machismo
Yeah.
of the it's like a persona that comes from the like tactical element of the hobby. And it's funny, I was trying to think of in my last podcast, I talked about going to USN, and I was struggling to think of the words to describe what I felt about the crowd there. But it was
Yeah.
very like tactical, it was
That's
very,
how they self-describe, I think.
yeah. And I don't even mean it in like an offensive way or whatever. In fact, a
Yeah.
lot of people in that realm I'm friends with. Like I'm friends with guys who are diehard Strider dudes who like have Strider patches on everything. And it's like, that makes you happy. Cool. I'm very like, if something makes a person happy, I don't want to get in the way of it. It doesn't offend me that other people like things I don't like. But yeah, there is this like, I don't know, bravado to it that
Yeah.
I think sometimes, I don't know, it just, I don't relate to it, especially because the gear I find is oftentimes not actually that practical for the
Yeah.
application that it's proposed to be for. Like a
Yeah.
lot of the gear in that space is like self-defense fighting knives is kind of the way that they're presented, right? And a lot of them wouldn't be the best choice for stuff like that. Like when you talk to people who are actual professionals in the space who teach knife fighting courses and have black belts and all these things, like Michael Janich, who's at Spyderco and has designed the Yojimbo and that line of knives, like those are knives that are specifically designed for self-defense or offensive use if you're somebody who's in combat or whatever. But
Yeah.
like it's not always like those knives that are getting shown as like these tough guy things. And so I think a lot of it, why I have this distaste for it, is it feels like flawed marketing to me, where
Mm.
companies are pushing this product for being tactical. And when they use the word tactical, I think it's often conflated with like, this is a good self-defense item. And instead of being like a really purpose-built tool, it's a thing that's designed to look cool and instill
Yeah.
an emotional response of like, because this looks cool and aggressive, that makes it a good fighting knife or whatever the mental image is for the person who's buying it. But it's like a lot of these knives have features that I think are useless and terrible, and they just get passed on because they're tactical features. Like tactical
Yeah.
knives have so much jimping, and I hate jimping on knives. And it's like, but it's
Jimping
tactical
on
for your
knives,
gloved hands.
jimping is almost always a recovery, an attempt at recovery from poor ergonomic design. Like
Yep.
a knife, if it fits in your hand correctly, it's not going to slide around. And if they add jimping to it, all that's doing is adding rough texture to be
Yeah.
unpleasant. Like
You've
it's
taken the words out of my mouth. The podcast that'll go live on Sunday with Bob, the knife junkie, same exact rabbit hole. I was like, because I'm describing the Avant in that podcast, and I'm like, you will not find a jimp on it. There's no jimping, right? I don't
yeah,
believe in it. I believe that jimping is a cheat code for when you designed poor ergonomics, and even then, it usually doesn't help. Like
yeah.
there are very select places where I think it can be appropriate and where I can even appreciate it in rare cases. But on most knives, it gets thrown into the same spot every time because it's where you put it. Of course, I grab a knife that doesn't have it, but everyone puts it right here. And
Yep.
instead, like, here's a case where it's good. Giant Mouse puts it up forward so that if you're pushing in a cut, there's a place forward to become secure where it typically would feel a little less secure. Sure, I can see the argument there. But putting it in that spot where everyone's thumb half the time wants to land, no, get it out of here.
The other thing is, like you said a moment ago, people say that you add jimping because it still gives you traction even when you're holding a knife with gloves on. Great. There are specific kinds of knives that you would use with gloves.
Yep.
And there's a lot of like slim EDC folders and gentleman knives that are covered in jimping, which you would never use with gloves, or the types of activities you should be wearing gloves for. Like,
or think about the percentage at least, because maybe somebody will, but like it's the same argument I make every time I end up talking about glass breakers on Microtex. How many people are using them versus the number of people who never will? It
yeah,
should be, in my opinion, a thing that you can add on. It screws onto the end of your knife. You can spend $20. You can get this little glass breaker attachment. You can put it on if you want it. Great. But the bulk of people are not running around using glass breakers on their knives. The bulk of people are looking for excuses to even use the knife. Like,
if you're running around breaking glass, something has gone terribly wrong. Like the vast majority of people, if they have a glass breaker, it should be a dedicated glass breaker that's easy to get to in the event that they go off the edge of something into a lake or something like that. It should be like in your dash cubby thing or something like
and
that.
If you're a first responder who's cutting seatbelts off of people, you shouldn't be using a double-edged dagger ground blade.
Yeah, there are like good glass breaker tools that you can have on you if that's your profession.
With a seatbelt cutter that's designed for that type of thing. But that's a tactical feature. And so many people will argue for the glass breaker in specifics to also be like, well, it's also a good submission tool if I want to use like not the blade of the knife, but like, no, stop it. Like everybody who's buying a Microtech isn't doing that.
So much of tactical knife design has become a caricature of what people think tactical is, where it is not streamlined anymore. It's a
great way to put it.
It's comical. Like it's caricatures look silly, but if you only were looking at caricatures over and over and over again, you wouldn't notice that they're over dramatic, exaggerated features, and you would just think, oh, that's what drawings of human faces look like. But if you, at the end of the day, these things become, and that's another part of it though. Like if you're playing up that, like if you are cosplaying, if that really is what you're doing and you're trying to be a video game character, and I don't mean literally cosplaying, but like if this is fun for you to kind of
feel good.
Yeah, that is one thing. If you genuinely believe that you are being a prepared tactical Avenger type person in this character mode, that feels false in a way where it also just feels like you don't have the same level of kind of introspection and self-awareness and so when I find people that are like obviously not self-aware, that itself is a turn off to me.
No, I get it. I think my biggest gripe consistently with the word tactical in the knife world, which is funny because knives, even from like a global marketing perspective, are separated into two categories. There's like culinary knives, and then tactical is what all folders and other fixed blades fall into. And that drives me nuts. But like the way that companies use the word tactical is what drives me the most mad. It's like my same thing with Chris Reeve knives, the way that they talk about their knives as being cutting edge, like pinnacle current leader in technology and knives. It is demonstrably not. It is demonstrably there is nothing at that company right now. That may sound harsh. Sorry if I hurt your feelings, but nothing that they do is at the forefront of knife design and engineering. They do a good job at what they do. They make a nice product that's 20 years old. That's what they make. And if they said, we make a knife that's a nod to the past, that feels like you're buying the best knife you could buy in 2000, but modernized even a little bit compared to that, then I'd be like, great, I support it. And I'm fine with it costing what it costs. But don't tell me that you're constantly innovating. They're not. Like, there are other people in the industry who are innovating, and they're not talking about innovating seemingly as much as Chris Reeve, and more so the people who adore Chris Reeve talk about the company. But
that's one of the things that you just addressed on the degree to which, the frequency with which they're talking about it. It feels like the more someone talks about how innovative they are, the less innovative they're actually being. And I live in a technology space for my job and most of my life. And I read a lot of blurbs about different technologies. And the more the more they try and hype themselves up with buzzwords like that, the less true it actually is. Almost always. I got this knife out because one of my this is a CVV Elementum that I have put the Gabersha, the rosewood, a type of rosewood, Babinga, that's what it is in Gabersha. Anyway, I put them on the S35 EN blade version because I can't not have the S35 version if I'm going to own an Elementum. Sure. But I hate their jimping more than any other jimping on any other knife. And I hate lock bar jimping specifically. I recorded an entire video about why I hate lock bar jimping and why it doesn't actually make sense. Like, it's not providing traction in the direction of motion. It's a bad solution to a problem. It's not even a solution in the vast majority of the case. But
It's not even a problem most of the time.
Yeah. But this one in particular, they ramped it in this direction, which means like it actually reduces your traction. I'm pushing up a ramp now in a way that like this knife would work better. And I know it would work better because the Stinger is effectively the exact same construction. And because I got the S35 blade version here, the amount of space in here is identical.
Yep.
And the only, like, even the amount of like exposed distance here is exactly the same. And so the only difference is this one has this god awful form of jimping and this one doesn't. And this is so easy to disengage. And this one, I jab myself right now. Ow. This one, I literally just cut myself right now.
Oh man, right in the palm too.
Yeah. But this one, I went like this, and the blade was facing down. I put my hand down. I'm gonna go put a band-aid on that when we're done. Anyway, this one, every single time I use it, because I know that one, I go like, oh.
Yeah, that's one of those things that, like, when I think about the way I looked at knives before being deep in the hobby, I wouldn't have ever noticed that. Like, a lot of the knives that I carried had really aggressive jimping. And I even told myself, like, this is good. It gives me more grip on the knife. And part of that was my dad, who, to be fair, my dad is in the group of tactical dudes who, like, it's the gear that he collects has to serve some sort of self-defense purpose to be worth it to him. And there can be a lot of overlap. He EDC's a knife that I don't think he's ever had to cut somebody in the street with, but he's cut a lot of things, right? But like, there always has to be that element because he's an ultra prepared type of mindset. And I get a lot of that from him. But like the knives that we carried growing up had obscene amounts of jimping on them. And it never bothered me because I didn't know the difference. But then you hold up two knives where you can see the difference and it becomes like so abundantly clear that it's useless on one, that it doesn't help anything. And then you just start to, and then you start to notice these patterns where like you notice things like that, at least for me, where it's like when I realized, oh, I don't think I actually like jimping. I think I'm just used to it. And then it's like, well, why did they also put it here? That just hurts. That doesn't feel good. Like, and it's not because I have pansy hands, like some dudes in the comments are going to insinuate. It's because it's a poor design choice and it doesn't add grip. It just adds discomfort. Right. And it's like, you notice these little things and then it starts to, you just see it everywhere that it's happening. And then it gets under your skin, at least in my case, where it's like,
absolutely. And it can make a knife that is otherwise good unbearable because it's that part about it is so obviously bad. I have a video coming up at some point of the Spyderco McBee. I love this little knife in some regards. And for certain purposes, this is the single best box cutter opening knife specifically for that one use case. And it has to do with the angle it cuts down at in terms of your natural geometry of your hand and everything like that. This is a perfect box cutter opening knife. But the flaws that it has are so obviously fixable and they're not fundamental. Like, they could have done it differently. And the thing that really blew my mind is that I went and hunted down what the original custom that this is based on looked like. And almost without fail, the things about this that are like fundamentally bad aren't on the original, which means they got added in as part of the translation. Yeah. And so it's one of those things where I love using this knife to open boxes. I love using this knife when it's open. And I hate opening this knife. And the experience of opening this knife is so frustrating for little things that don't have to be that way. And the knowledge that it doesn't have to be that way isn't so aggravating.
Yep. But yeah, there are times where I feel like I have to respect, okay, this maker they prefer that. And I give room to that. And then there are other times where it's like, that's just a feature that is a feature because it's a feature. And that's the only answer I can come to. And even outside of knife reviewing, like I've talked about this before, but the only reason why I don't say, please like and subscribe on my videos is because I think it goes without saying in 2021 on YouTube that if you like my video, you know what to do, right?
Yeah.
Like it feels disingenuous for me to tell people, hey, if you like my content, make sure you hit that like button and ring the bell. Like people know how the platform works. I don't need to tell them.
I suppose there's new kids born every day. Like that might not be, but like everyone has heard that. Everyone knows how YouTube works.
And so the conclusion I've come to is that most people who say those things because every other channel that they listen to says those things.
Yes.
Very few people are
feel like
stopping
a
and
real
thinking,
YouTube channel.
sure. And it's like the certain little decisions that I make all the time. Like I'm not going to say those things. That's not really a decision. It would be a decision to say it. That would be what would feel weird. But or like a lot of channels choose to have an intro. Great. If they like that, awesome. But like I had a ton of people when I started my channel, like say I should have an intro or even offer to help me at making an intro or whatever it would be. It's like, I don't even want an intro. I like when I listen to the Joe Rogan podcast, which I listen to all the time. Do you know what I always skip through? The intro. I've heard it once. I've heard it every time. Like it doesn't change. It's not meaningful to me that there's an intro there. I know what content I just clicked on. I'm here to listen to the actual meat of it, not to hear a little guitar riff and then see a logo. Like that's not me. And so I think I have to, I look at knives in a similar way to bring it back. It's like, if there's a feature that I see that it's just because this is the norm, like I want to question that. And designing my own knife was a really good exercise in what things I actually hated, what things I actually insisted had to be there, and to put them together in a way that made sense, because it's like, this is the chance to show that these things together are actually good and capable. Doesn't mean everyone has to love it, because some of them are opinion, but a lot of them are like, it just flies in the face of jimping goes right here every time. For what? Why does it go there?
So much of it is people just kind of rehashing the image of a knife that they've seen so many times. And if you make a knife, you're supposed to make it look like what people think a knife looks like. And one of the things I really loved about your design is that you guys came up with something that has obvious inspiration, but in and of itself looks different, because it's not just trying to replicate something that looks like a knife. It has specific features that are there because they're good. They're the good part of something else.
Mm-hmm.
And I showed your knife to someone and they went, I hate the way that looks. And I was like, okay, it looks distinct. I can get why that would look potentially weird or ugly to you.
Mm-hmm.
But like, think about holding it. And they went, oh. And there's this like, oh, you're right. That seems really practical now that I think
it should fit in your hand. One of the most important parts of a knife. Yeah, it's funny. On last Sunday, I was having a conversation with somebody, and they were asking what I do. It's like a very first conversation I've had with this person, right? And it's weird to explain what I do to people, especially this gentleman was older. But like, I make YouTube videos, and I designed a knife that's not out yet. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. That's my best answer, right? But so some people, if I tell them that I designed a knife, I always say me, but everyone should know it's me and Ryan. We co-designed it. But for the sake of this conversation, I designed this knife, right? And it was a really odd circumstance where I happened to not have it in my pocket. I almost always have the Avant in my pocket, but I didn't have it on me. And so this guy was like, next time I see you, I want to make sure. He found it really interesting that I design a knife and that I review knives, which some people do, some people don't. But he's like, next time I really want to see the knife that you designed. And I was like, great, that I would be happy to show it to you. And he's like, and I want you to tell me like what makes it unique. And I was like, I love that. I was like, first of all, that's going to be really difficult, because I know you know nothing about knives.
Yeah.
So to
You don't
tell
have
you
the
what,
context.
right. So like the things that were really important to me to leave out of this knife, you don't know exist on other knives. But then there are things that I deliberately did put into this knife that you may respect when I explain to you why they're important to me. But it was interesting because his curiosity immediately went to like, oh, so you've been reviewing knives for a while and then you created your own. Like you must have really like learned a lot to get there, right? And I was like, I'd like to think I have, but now I'm really looking forward to, I should see him again on Sunday. I was like, it's going to be really fun to show him my knife and try to explain to this guy who has no understanding like a knife enthusiast would, which is who we
Yeah.
designed the knife for, because we're enthusiasts, like to try to get him to get it. I look forward to tackling that.
You said you've shown it to a ton of people every chance you get. How many of those people have been utterly not knife people?
Probably about half.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, because I mean, like, so showing it to like people in my family, like my brothers and my dad, and even my sisters and stuff, like they have to be somewhat familiar with knives because my dad, my brothers, and I were all into knives like our whole lives. But it's also like an integral part of who I've been for the last couple of years. So I'm always showing knives to those people. So by proximity, they've become relatively familiar. But like people in my wife's family or just random people at social interactions where it's like comes up what I do and it's like, yep, this is the knife I designed. It's really interesting to show it to people who don't have an appreciation already for what a pocket knife can or can't be. They just, to them, pocket knife is like this ambiguous, some people carry those. I've held one before. People who don't even know how to close a liner lock are like, interesting to show it to for sure, and you show them how it works, and there's different ways to open it, and it's like, I don't know, most of them frankly don't get it, which I wouldn't expect them to, like trying to explain to those people why this is worth $300 is crazy.
Real quick aside, I have only been dating this woman that I'm dating right now for a few weeks. I really like her and it's going really well. But a weird experience that we had is I was helping her build IKEA furniture and I picked out my Ace Riv. That's what I brought with me because I thought it would be non-intimidating. She didn't know what she didn't know me with the context of knives very well. And so I brought something that was non-threatening and also useful for opening stuff. And at one point she asked to see it. I was like, And then at one point she started like asking me questions about it. And I felt comfortable enough that I said like, okay, now that I've described this at all a little bit, how much do you think that cost? And what blew my mind, because my experience is that non-knife people would never imagine that a knife could cost $300 or a knife, whatever. I was expecting her to say like 40
bucks or something. Yeah.
And she said, I think this knife costs $187. And that's like spot on the actual retail price of that version of the rib.
That's wild.
Holy crap. And so I tried this again later and I handed her something. I don't remember. I handed her a knife that was like about a $650 knife. And she went, I think this one's like, it's like $625. I was like, what?
That's bananas.
You even thought 6 could be the first number?
Right. Yeah, I don't mind. Even like buddies of mine who aren't in the hobby, but like, I don't know. One of my best friends, his name is Preston. He grew up in Wyoming and like had a knife in his pocket a lot of his life, but is a cheap Walmart knife or whatever, because it's just like culturally being outdoors a lot that people carried knives, right? So he like understands the efficiency of carrying a knife and that it can be a useful tool and all that, but he's never cared to carry expensive ones. And then over the last couple of years, I've given him a couple like budget-ish knives. And then last Christmas, we visited them. He actually lives up right outside of Portland. We went up there and I gave him a Factory Seconds PM2 that I got at the Factory Seconds sale. Just an S30V basic PM2. Really nice knife for him though. But like even someone like him who appreciates knives and like loves it, when I give him a knife, it's like super meaningful to him because he's going to use it and carry it and it's like going to be a thing. Showing him knives from my collection and having him guess how much they cost. And he even watches some of my videos, like not all of them, but some of them. It's like really difficult for him to guess which ones are expensive, which ones aren't. And sometimes the most expensive ones I find people who don't get it think are kind of the cheapest because they can look a little gaudy if you're not like deep into it. But yeah, that's wild that she would be able to guess with so much precision.
I think she might secretly be like a knife person, is just like toying. No, I'm joking about that.
That
But
would
like,
be epic.
how else did that happen?
I have a few female subscribers. Maybe she's watching all my videos, man. I'll put in a good word for you.
Yeah. So trying to convince people that your knife is worth $300 is an interesting premise. You sold out your pre-sale like day of, so obviously enough people understand that value. But that's still, you're at a price point where you're at a price point where you're only really targeting enthusiasts at that point. So
Yeah. And it was the number one hang up for people, both before, during, and after the pre-order. The number one thing that people would like, a reason people would say they're out, is because it was too expensive, which honestly, like, not to sound like insensitive about that, but I don't care. If it's too expensive for some people, that's totally fine. There are a lot of things I don't buy because I find are too expensive. So I don't say I don't care in the sense that I'm like dismissing them or calling them poor. It's not at all about that. It's just like, not everybody has to agree that it should cost that much. And there are plenty of times when I've taken the time to explain exactly how we got to that pricing. And I'm proud of getting to that pricing on our first run, small production, working with Reat. Like, there are so many factors, even beyond those couple of big things, that got us to where the price was. And the goal is to bring it down over time as we become a more established company and can do larger runs, and all of these infrastructure things are better set up. But like, for our first run, I can also, off the top of my head, pretty readily name a few knives that I would say are not as good of a value proposition that are popular. People buy a lot.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you're looking for a value-packed knife, I wouldn't recommend my knife. The point of making the Avant, especially on this first run, was not to create the best value knife on the market. It was to create the knife we wanted to make, and the price happened so that we could make it a reality. Like, that's as simple
really
as I can cut it.
Like, also, like, you're not you weren't going in trying to design a budget knife. That was never the goal. And
which we may at some point. And then
that would be a
we'll
very
sure it's at a
different
budget.
design process.
Yep.
And the fact that, like, the fact that people kind of feel like you are supposed to design a knife for everyone, like, at some point you might get the opportunity to target that audience as well. And I hope you do, because I think that'd be very fun. But your first knife, any individual knife you make, doesn't need to be a knife for everyone. And so, like, if it is priced out of some people's ranges, I get that. Like, a lot of things that are worth making, that are fun to make, that are interesting to make, and that are worth owning for the people who can't afford them, are priced out of a lot of people's ranges. And that sucks for the people that can't get it. I get that. But, like, there are still good options. And you've, in particular, made I was about to say a career out of, but like, you've spent a really long time explaining knives that could be good options for them. So it's not like you in particular are like somehow an elitist that is pushing them down. Like,
right. And I'm not trying to hide the ball either. And be shady about how we got to a price, or like the motivation behind why we designed it for that segment. Like, we've been really open about the story of how and why Ryan and I designed what we did, how we did. And
it's a knife for enthusiasts.
Yeah, we could have made a budget knife that was meant to be more mass market, but like, that wasn't what we wanted to do. It just wasn't.
Be exciting.
Right. And it could be an exciting chapter later. Like, I absolutely would like to design some stuff that is segmented for a budget category. I think that's a fun design parameter to have to work within. Just like I'd like to design a knife that may be way more than the Avant. Like, it would be awesome to think, okay, we want to design a knife that's going to market at $800. Now, what do we do
what
to
would
it?
that look like? And
whether that becomes a reality or not, like, those are fun conversations I have, and designs that I'd like to work on, because I am an enthusiast. So yeah, like, my first knife design definitely did not have to be for everybody to want to, or be willing to, or be able to afford to buy. were blown away that 300 people in 9 hours said yes and did buy it. That's super
Yeah.
flattering, and we're incredibly appreciative. But like, we really like our baseline like goal was to sell enough to fund the run, like,
Yeah.
and then we would have done it. And even if we didn't sell quite enough to fund it, we would have figured out some way to get the funding we needed to make it happen, because it was a passion project.
Yeah.
We wanted to do it. And I think that's the type of knife I would want to buy, and the type of story I'd want to buy, more than just another cookie cutter budget knife, you know?
I think a good kind of topic to end on, because I realize how long we've talked, is just one of the things that really, because it's a continuation of this same thing. One of the parts of the knife market right now that I am most excited about is what has become a possibility thanks to all of these OEMs. And there's, like there's all these people that are anti foreign knives in China specifically, but the fact that we have these Chinese OEMs means that folks like you, but a whole bunch of folks at the moment that are knife enthusiasts are now have the opportunity to design a knife from an enthusiast for an enthusiast. And so I'm on a number of pre-orders right now, and there's a couple ones coming up for knives that were made by people just from the community. And
Yep.
they're really, really well designed knives because they're made by people that have spent a really long time thinking a lot about a specific knife. And it's similar to the kinds of knives you get from people that are like career knife makers, as opposed to the kinds of knives you get from big production companies, because those people are trying to figure out what is the most marketable knife.
Correct.
Whereas makers are thinking about what is the best usable or fun or interesting, or what would make a good knife. And so the fact that people that previously wouldn't have ever had the opportunity to design a knife can now do that and make that a reality is so freaking cool. And there's this guy named Tyler, and his like Instagram handle is Well Had a Gent. You might have seen him. He's around. His knife Dawn is a really, really well thought out knife. He's 19 years old, and this is the knife he made. And it blows my mind. And when I talk about him to people, I sometimes accidentally refer to him as a kid. And I don't in any way mean that in a derogatory way.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a huge compliment. The fact that he is able to have created as well thought out of a knife at 19 means that if he keeps doing this, he's going to have a tremendous career ahead of him. I had a really long conversation with him about a lot of the details that he put into that design. And there's so many little things that seasoned knife makers are missing or messing up or just not thinking about on a regular basis. And he's knocked off like 30 or 40 of these items. And as a result, the knife's going to be great. Like, it's going to be a great knife. And it's his very first ever design when he's freaking 19 years old.
That's wild.
It's only possible because of this OEM market. That means that production can actually be a commodity now. And that is amazing.
And the cool thing too, so I've been having some relatively private conversations. I can't share too many details, but there is a push right now, because the market is clamoring for there to be some US options for manufacturing. And I don't know of any that are really ready yet that I would use, but there are people who are making moves to make that a reality, which is a really good thing.
How the heck is MBK doing US production on that Sea Otter?
It's all in house. Do you follow Knife Modders, Lindy Lou?
Yeah.
So they've been sharing stories, at least earlier today, all day. They were showing using the mill and
I know. I saw
them
like milling the whatever line, the fuller that he does.
So here's where it gets complicated. Is like, if you're, say you're Koenig, right? Koenig has the capability to make incredible knives, the experience and the ability, like they have all of the stuff, the right people, everything to make incredible knives. They have a number of machines, and they know how to use them to get the most knives they possibly can out of them. It makes zero sense, none, for Koenig to make a knife for anyone other than themselves. It doesn't, because their margin is just going to get slashed if they're doing it for somebody else, because then there's another set of hands for it to pass through before it hits the market.
Yeah, their
right?
capacity is already maximized, and if they're making a wholesaler cut instead,
Yep.
just worse.
And so with virtually all of these US knife manufacturers, they aren't having difficulty selling their knives right now, especially if they figure out which models are actually hitting right. There are some of them who have some models that sit, some models that go crazy. But like if I wanted Koenig or Chris Reeve or Hinderer or ProTech or virtually any of these US companies to build my knives, the ones that I would like to have build my knives the most, none of them will. And I can't blame them because they're maxed out on making their own stuff already. And it makes no sense. And so what the market needs, if the designers who are going to overseas OEMs to bring them here, is somebody who's dedicated to being an OEM, or multiple people even better who can compete with each other on being an OEM, who aren't completely like financially just totally incentivized to just keep churning out their own knives. And so I don't think it's that crazy for someone like MBK. Granted, it's a big deal. I love that they're doing it. I'm not trying to diminish it, but it's not that insane for them to get the couple of machines that they need to start cranking out small production numbers of a US built knife, but they can only do theirs. So it's enough of a hurdle that like it doesn't make sense for designers who don't have the expertise and the know-how to buy all of those machines and do it themselves like MBK is. MBK is an established company who's been building knives for a long time through using OEMs, but also has Ray Laconico at the helm along with, oh man, I feel so bad that I'm forgetting his name right now. Sanford. I met him at USN. Awesome dude. But like they have history and people and like, even Lindy and Richie, who've been practicing by knife modding for a long time. So now they are familiar with working on knives. Like they've got this nice concoction where they're ready to do it. And people get up in arms about knife designers going overseas, but it's like, there isn't an option right now. So
there isn't. There's like Millet, and they're not even like putting anything out at the moment. And it's just like, there's not an option.
Yeah. I've heard Hogue is doing some OEM work.
I've heard that too.
And then I think that's really kind of it is Millet. And then, and Millet I wouldn't go to, like with all the stories that I've heard. I just, maybe that's fair, maybe that isn't, but my personal perception, I have no interest in working with them because it's more expensive. They seem to miss deadlines a lot and sometimes not even totally deliver based on just what I've observed. So Riat doesn't have those problems. Riat's going to deliver.
What you said a moment ago about like it needs to be people that are just into the being as an OEM, like they can't have the if they have the aspiration of their own designs, it won't make fiscal sense for them to be an OEM. Like TRM started as an OEM for a while, but Les is a designer and he wanted to make his own knives, and so they can make more money and be more, they can have a better life in general, from profitability, from position in the market, everything, by making their own designs because they want to make designs. So it would require like people that want to be the production but don't have the aspiration to be an in-house designer as well. That's a hard balance to find, but
there's a couple people who are working on it actively, so that's a good thing. And I'm selfishly not going to tell many people who those people are because I want to be one of the first to use them. But yeah, I agree with you that it's been a very good thing overall that it's become more accessible to design knives. I think some people have been critical of that because the barrier to entry became really low, especially for a while. I mean, there's some financial, like you have to pay if you want to do an OEM run.
Yeah.
If you want to license a design, a company has to take it. So it has to be good enough that they want to make it. But like the fact that anybody, I'm a good proof of this, anybody can design a knife and have it become a real tangible thing that's in your pocket and people can buy is like, I think really good for knife design. And it's advanced certain features and components and materials and things faster than it would have if it was still a much larger barrier to entry.
Yeah, and the ones that are bad won't sell like, or they will sell and people won't keep buying them because they won't be good. And so it is the kind of thing where the market will kind of correct itself, if you will.
And newsflash, a lot of very well-established companies put out designs that flop. Like it's not just these onesie twosie makers. It's a bigger
Yeah,
deal if it's someone's only knife design and it
yeah.
flops. But there are
Like,
plenty of knives that go in new catalogs every year that do not do well in the market.
the only like kind of plausible argument against lowering the barrier to entry so low I could see is that it kind of makes it possible for people that aren't it makes it possible for people to make bad financial decisions on their own part. Like
Mm.
if you like it's almost like for their own self-interest, people that aren't good at this shouldn't be permitted to do it because they can waste a lot of their time and money on something that's awful. But like
Yeah.
that kind of self-preservation thing, I don't care about that. Like let people do the passion project. That's their passion project.
I am all for people having the freedom to be as stupid as they want to be with
Yeah,
their resources
exactly.
or their time. I mean, uh, yeah, I'm not afraid of people allowing people to fail.
Yeah.
I don't believe very much in the idea of stopping people from making harmful decisions for themselves because I just don't believe in coercion. I think autonomy is a good thing, whether you use it properly or improperly.
And throughout everything in history, the more people trying something and through that failure process is how you get to success and how we get the innovations in the industry. So
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. Alex Steingraber said recently, and I've quoted him a number of times on it because I thought it was intelligent, that we're at the beginning of a knife renaissance. And I agree with that. I think a lot of that has to do with the accessibility that's come. So there's more players, which just means more brain power and more competition. But there's also like the market is supporting it too. Like there's a lot, it's a competitive space, but it's also relatively easy to succeed in terms of people being willing to spend their money on a consumer end.
Yeah,
I'm
there's a
good
market
evidence
for
of
it.
that. Like we, with a zero marketing budget, basically, we're able to sell a pre-order in a day. And so clearly there's a market of people who are
Yeah.
into that kind of thing right now, which just adds fuel to the fire. And the more that these projects keep happening, the more the next generation of designers is going to like come up quick, you know?
Yeah, it definitely it's like you hear about like the second golden age of television or something like that. We are in a I don't know what people consider the golden age of knife making, but we are in a golden age of this because there is more opportunity for more interesting things than there have ever been in the past. And that two combination, like more interesting and more of it is just that's really freaking cool.
Yeah. And more information. So the consumers know more than ever too. Like
Yeah.
think about metallurgy alone. The fact that people are so steel conscious right now. Some of it can seem pretentious and annoying, but a lot of it is really good because the the standard or the lowest acceptable steel that people will have on any given range of knives has gone up. And
Yeah,
yeah,
like steel snobbery isn't obnoxious when it's just through snobbery, but the end result of it means that even budget knives these days have good steel in them. And that was
yeah,
never a thing. And that wouldn't have happened if the market wasn't demanding it.
correct.
Like, that's like, I was talking to someone just recently about the fact that a $40 knife today is a really good knife. And that wouldn't have happened if there wasn't this clamor for better and better. And so
Right.
that's awesome. The fact that people can pick up, I wish that I would have been able to pick up a Civivi back when I was trying to buy a knife when I was like, 12 or 18 or any of those times in my life. It's
Yeah,
it's
for real.
special.
Killer, man. All right. So yeah, we've gone
Yeah,
way
what
too
you need to
long.
do is cut this down to about 45 minutes of just the knife parts, and that will be a version of this that people will listen to.
No, I don't care if people don't listen. Come what may. We did it.
I'm
Awesome.
guaranteeing my mom will listen to the entire 4 hours and 14 minutes and send me a very detailed summary of her opinions.
I'm always surprised there are a few people who do, even when they go this long. And it's not my expectation that people will, but selfishly, I love conversations like this that are just genuine, real long conversations that
Yeah.
I feel like we got to hang out and like, even if no one listened to it, this time would be worth it to me. So it doesn't matter at the end of the day whether people make
Yeah.
it all the way through or not.
Yeah, this has been really fun.
Appreciate it, man. So as we sign off, tell people where they can find you. If you're on YouTube, I'll link it. But if you're listening, this is where you can find Knife Nerdery.
So my name on both YouTube and Instagram is Knife Nerdery without like a space. So if you go to youtube.com/Knife Nerdery, and nerdery is like not a word, but people kind of understand how to spell it anyway, but it's Nerdery, Knife Nerdery. And same thing on Instagram, both those places, that's where I'm at.
Perfect. Super simple. So Knife Nerdery, Instagram, YouTube, that's where you can find you. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on, dude. It's funny because I feel like I have a lot of reasons to be excited about a lot of episodes, but this one in particular, I was really excited for because
awesome.
I just looked forward to the type of conversation that I thought we would have had, and it's confirmed. We had that conversation, and there will be more in the future. We'll do this again. So.
Yeah, we talked about your knife at the end, but there's a whole lot of stuff I want to talk more about that too.
I'll make sure you get one of the prototypes to check out, and then we can go deeper once you've handled it too.
Sometime I want you to teach me how to do the twirly thing.
I've got the tutorial on the channel, but I can give you a one-on-one if you want. If you search my videos by most viewed, it is by far number one.
Really?
My biggest. There's slow-mo in it. It's if you need pointers and tips, I'll give you some one-on-one too. But
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Next time, how about this? Next time I will show you my best version. I will practice and try to do my best.
I love it. We'll schedule it for tomorrow. So you've got to really get on it right now. Killer, man.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to end this. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening. Appreciate you. Yeah. Kevin, thank you for coming on, and we'll see you on the next one.